And of course, we're grateful to God Almighty for how far He's brought us. It's a wet Wednesday morning here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. How are you doing this morning? And please, if you're driving to work, be careful on our road. I don't know where you are this morning, but driving to work, it was raining heavily. So we entreat all drivers to be careful. And if you're yet to leave the house, you know what to do. Get your umbrella and you'll be safe. My name is Winston Amoah, and thank you very much for choosing us here on the Super Morning Show. And this morning, we'll be looking at happenings in the Middle East, particularly Iran, and what that 15-point or 10-point, based on where you're coming from. But it looks like now there's some bit of agreement between the United States and Iran on what would have to be done. And that's actually impacted crude oil prices globally. We'll be telling you more about that. I woke up this morning, checked, and it was around $94, $95. Not the $115 that we're grappling with yesterday. What does this mean? Stay with us here on the Super Morning Show as we get into the details of what the agreement is. And I am always excited when that happens. You know the role fuel plays in every economy. But also coming up this morning, the Tender Committee of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources recommends engineers and planners, which has been upheld by the minister, to be giving the Damang mines. Okay. How did they arrive at that? Stay with us here on the Super Morning Show as we break it down for you. But as always, you know, we do the show with you. Get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS. Then on WhatsApp, 0551111997. Coming up is the news at 6 with Mami AC Nyamicha Thompson.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM. It's 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we on Love 99.5 and in all 16 regions of Ghana via various affiliates. Also live on myjoyonline.com, X Spaces, YouTube and Facebook. Coming up, Parliament's minority raises questions over Damang Mine tendering process after engineers and planners scooped the deal.
Right.
We cannot have a whole process just rush through under 1 week. All of these, he says people could not meet a minimum qualification of 80% and the rest. And I find it a bit interesting and difficult.
Also coming up, government rejects minorities' call for President Mahama to apologize over his stance on anti-LGBTQ bill, arguing the president's main focus remains on jobs and economic stability.
Why did you waste our time in the manner of the people? President should apologize for saying that making sure that the youth of Ghana have jobs is a priority. He should apologize for saying that. Is that what the LDP is calling for?
In business.
Chief Executive of the Ghana Association of Banks, John Newa, reveals single-digit interest rate could be achieved even before the close of this year.
And also coming up, VIP fare increment takes effect today despite the Ministry of Transport urging transport companies to hold off until Thursday's cabinet meeting.
We will still await what the president has got to tell us. But then what we have already announced, it stands.
These and more with me, Mami Sinyamicha Thompson. Do stay for details. This morning, the minority in Parliament has concerns with the tendering process that saw engineers and planners win bid over the Damang Mine lease, urging government to proceed with caution. On Tuesday, the tender committee presented its report to the Lands Minister, recommending Engineers and Planners Limited ahead of Maripoma, Vortex Resources and Heath Goldfields. But the minority insists the process appeared skewed in favour of Engineers and Planners, a company owned by the President's brother. Here's Deputy Ranking Member on the Lands Committee in Parliament, Akwesi Konedu.
The setting of the minimum capital requirement for it, and for what we know as to be the capital requirement for operationalization of the Damang expansion project, I believe that aspect that was even put in cannot even go an extent to operationalize that. So we must be a bit careful as to how we are going about this whole process, giving away our natural resources. We are not against local participation, not at all. But the point is that it must be free, competitive, and open. That is the point we must raise.
Right.
We cannot have a whole process just rush through under 1 week. All of these, he says people could not meet a minimum qualification of 80% and the rest. And I find it a bit interesting and difficult.
However, the tendering committee is pushing back against those claims. Acting Director of Legal at the Minerals Commission and member and Secretary of the Tender Committee, Joseph Iroko, maintains the process followed the law.
If you like, 265. That is a governing provision in the law as far as the conduct of the tender process for the grant of mineral rights is concerned. So our work should be judged against the provisions to so that we have complied with the law. And that was what the tender committee did by going in accordance with the law and concluding its work and submitting to the Minerals Commission.
Now, Minister of State in charge of Communications, Felix Kwachifosu, dismissed calls for President Mahama to apologize over the handling of the anti-LGBTQ bill. The minority led by Asin South MP John Intim-Fojo in an earlier press conference cited parts of the Constitutional Review Committee's report as promoting LGBTQ-related ideas and accused the government of failing to prioritize that bill. In response, Kwachifosu said there was nothing to apologize for, stressing that the government's focus is on jobs and economic stability.
I'm telling you that all the people who are watching you today, the thing that matters to them the most is the LGBTQ and not their welfare. Is that what the LGB is pushing? So the president should go and apologize for making the welfare of Ghanaians his priority. Is that what they are calling for? Where is the logic in this? Why do the LGB waste our time in the manner of the people? The president should apologize for saying that making sure that the youth of Ghana have jobs is a priority. He should apologize for saying that. Is that what the LGB is calling for? And they hold a whole press and put this up. Indeed, if it was a priority for them, why did they not sign it when they were in power? When did it become a priority for the MPP?
Well, Mr. Kwachifosu also stated that issues relating to LGBTQ rights are not a major priority for Ghanaians.
Another waste of time. You know, the MPP, they specialize in wasting the time of everybody. Tell us, when you woke up this morning, is the first thing that mattered to you LGBT? Was it not about how you're going to live your life today, how you're going to find food to eat, how you come to work, how to earn a salary, and how to make sure that ends meet? When you come to Ghana today and you list the issues that affect people, is that bill a number one priority of every Ghanaian? It is not.
Now, ahead of Thursday's emergency cabinet meeting with the president, VIP is implementing a 25% increase in fare prices starting today. The Ghana Private Road Transport Union is pushing back, insisting fare changes must be coordinated across the sector while talks with government continue. We'll hear shortly from the union's Deputy Public Relations Officer. But first, VIP's General Manager Adakabre Fimpo says the increase still stands until government completes its discussions.
But yes, it is true that we have announced price increases, and those price increases are on the board. We will still await what the president has got to tell us. But then what we have already announced, it stands. But then we will communicate to the directors what the transport minister has said.
But JPRTU maintains that such independent actions could derail efforts to reach a broader consensus on the matter.
It's rather unfortunate, hearing this from the VIP because we all use the same, we all buy the same fuel, we all buy the same pass, we all apply the same rules that they are talking about. And it's a situation that we are found ourselves in. And, the sector minister says that we should exercise a little patience and that government is trying to do something that, will not push us to increase transport fares. For them to just come up, and increase their fares, to us, we think that is not the best thing for them to do. Though there is freedom of association. I know they don't belong to the GPRTU, but they all fall under the transport ministry.
Now, 3 persons have been arrested after a clash at Ajian Kotoku Onion Market left 7 injured. The Monday incident is linked to attempts by some Nigerian traders to sell onions in the market, contrary to existing arrangements. Municipal Chief Executive for the Ghana West Assembly, John Desmond Nisowa, says calm has returned. Security personnel remain at the scene as investigations continue.
It's been calm, so far so good. The police intervened. I can say instructions have been given to settle the disputes and there is peace. So we pray that coming days should be calm and peaceful. So far, very well, but investigations are ongoing, which means that more people might be because accomplices and anybody that showed off threats or any altercation leading to the violence will be held responsible. So far, they are undergoing treatment and responding. So far so good.
Now, 1/3 of Africa's or Accra's tourist sites, risks being lost to coastal erosion, with the Osu Castle among the most vulnerable. The sea is steadily eating away at the castle, a factor that influenced the relocation of the presidency to the Jubilee House 13 years ago. Today, it continues, and experts warn the historic monument could collapse in a few decades. Emmanuel Giovanni reports in Joy News series When the Sea Comes Home.
The sea is closing in on one of Ghana's most important historical landmarks, the Christian Castle, also known as the Osu Castle. Just a few meters away from the Osu Castle, 50-year-old Moses Abeka Okan sits by the shore mending his fishing net.
When I was a child, the sea was far away from the Osu Castle, but now the sea has come closer to the castle. It is possible the sea can wash the castle away when we are no more.
At my visit in 2023, there was still a visible stretch of sandy beach between the sea and the castle. 3 years later, that buffer is almost gone. For centuries, the Christian Castle was the seat of government, but in 2013, the presidency moved to the Jubilee House. Coastal scientist Professor Kwesi Epieni Ado says advancing coastal erosion played a key role in that decision.
I observed the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum, the Independence Square, and the Christian Castle will experience erosion and are likely to be lost to the sea in the very near future, looking between from 50 years to 150 years.
We'll catch the full episode of When the Sea Comes Home at 8 a.m. on Joy News and on all our social media handles. And that's all we have for you this morning on the news. I am Amisi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh,
Oh, jump on now. Go. Ah, go me. At what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car? No, I don't change my car. It be the same right. It be the fuel where I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so. This is the type of fuel where they want to. Cause now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir. Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind said, be the 3-in-1 action, no. Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open there. Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel? Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you. Hey, then make a finish my go be fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my go be inside? I give you info. Make a feel the go be too small. Go. Joe Pana. Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
When I say ABSA, you say yes. ABSA Bakiti, we go say yes this 2026 till your jobs start dropping down. Yes, you listening to me right now. I know you get dreams. And what can say? And they won't get like me, I want to buy that Porsche car I've been dreaming of. I move into my dream house. No landlord will say me. Join the ABSA family and let's help you say yes to your dreams with tailored banking solutions from loans, mortgages, credit cards to digital banking and more. Make 2026 the year of yes with ABSA. Your story matters.
You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy friend. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy friend.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Brush, 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 that's a bit. That's a bit.
Brush your teeth every day and night. Up and down and all around. Brush your teeth right. Brush your teeth. Brush it from and out. Underneath and in between. Brush the germs away.
Brushing gets more fun with your kids with the new Pepsodent Kids toothpaste. Give your smiles protection that lasts. Grab yours today from a store near you. This advert is FDA approved.
When the bills are mega.
When the plans are mega.
When the pressure is mega.
When the need is mega.
Then you need a mega answer. That answer is Societe Generale Ghana's Mega Loan. Societe Generale Ghana's Mega Loans promo is available to new and existing salaried workers, existing loan subscribers, including top-up customers and pensioners. Get support for personal needs, family priorities, school fees, home improvement, business support, and more. Enjoy big loans, low rates with a quick and straightforward process designed to help you move without delay. Visit any Societe Generale Ghana branch today or call 030-2214-314. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Cast your mind back to 2022. The prices were rising. The stress was high. Every liter of fuel felt like a sacrifice. Do you remember who stepped forward first? When others were comfortable with high prices, Star Oil chose you. We cut our own profits so you could keep your AC on, keep your engines running, and keep your life moving without the heavy burden. We gave you room to breathe when things felt tight. Because of you, our Star Savers, we became number one. Today, the pumps are a battleground. Others are finally cutting prices because they have to. But Star Oil, we do it because we want to. Don't just chase a price, remember a friendship. We were there for you then, and with new innovations coming your way, we are here for you now. Star Oil, still quality and affordable fuels for all.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And the 6 a.m. news was brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner, and Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you, which means we can bring you the Joy Business Report brought to us by Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature, and Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. George.
Hi.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, and I'll say that God is still taking good care of His children.
Yes, God is still taking very good care of His children. This morning when I woke up, I think in one of my pages I'd seen that Trump had tweeted, and just to be sure that it wasn't fake news, I went to check the crude oil prices, and I realized that actually when I got there, the first thing that actually hit me, when I checked the crude oil price today, was the fact that crude oil price reduces after ceasefire agreement, that 2-week thing. I think it's a good one, but we need to get into the details.
Was it necessary? Should we have gotten to this place?
Well, the thing is that we are there already. The bombs, have been dropped here and there. So what really matters now is how to deal with it.
Politicians are very interesting. Mm-hmm. You criticize an old deal that was supposed to have the nuclear deal or whatever, and now you are getting back again to an agreement to reach a deal that is scuttled.
Well, once the Strait of Hormuz is opened, I think it will be good news. But to be very honest with you, we don't need any conflicts anywhere in the world. But that's this morning. So what happens to the planned cabinet meeting is something we need to know. Now, because of the decision by Iran and US to engage in further discussions, what happens to the proposed government cabinet meeting?
I was engaging an analyst yesterday, and he made an argument which I thought was very interesting, that he thought that government was just buying time, and that really nothing is going to happen. Because the initial stance was that, it's still early, we are looking at it crossing a certain mark, we'll meet, the energy minister coming in saying that, he doesn't think that personally should be done. The president came in saying that we are going to meet, we'll look at it. So, so when you try to connect the dots, you find it very interesting whether really something is going to happen.
Well, something has to happen, but of course we need to find out. Now that, looks like, things may improve. But should the cabinet meeting still come off, and then a decision to be made, for instance, that if after 2 weeks they get back to the fight, what does the government do? So at that point in time, the 1 cedi per litre and the price stabilization and recovery levy and all. I think that they should cushion the Ghanaian. So that's something I'm looking forward to. And it's a discussion we're going to be having this morning here on the Super Morning Show, because the price of fuel is very important. The governor has been talking about wanting to achieve single-digit lending rates. Yeah. Now, if fuel prices are increased at the pump, it will lead to an increase in inflation. Then we'll start the process again. Our policy rates will be increased, targeting a reduction in inflation. And then as the reference rate goes up, then the single digit, I'm actually looking for below 5%.
Well, it looks like it could happen than earlier thought. That's what the commercial banks are saying. We are having a Ghana reference rate of 10%. It appears that some of the banks, if you are credit worthy and looking at a good credit history, they are doing slightly below 10%.
That's good. It's something we've been talking about all the time. And I look, businesses would need capital, would need finance to do a lot of things. So if they get it at if they get it at a very low rate, it's good. Because if it's higher, why? I'm not Father Christmas. This is not a Santa Claus democracy that businesses will practice. They will pass it on to you. And when they pass it on, we suffer. So as for that one, I'm with the governor on that. But also coming up this morning, ENP, according to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, met the requirement and thus would be giving the Damang mines. And we'll get into it. We'll look at the report of the committee that reviewed all the bids and why they settled on engineers and planners. And that's a conversation coming up here on the Super Morning Show. Who gets the trumpet, George?
Well, I want to give it to the commercial banks. Their commitment now to actually work to reduce lending rate. You understand some are doing below 14%, the likes of, Ghana Commercial Bank, GCB, Eco Bank, SG. These are the ones that we know.
No, they have to because this year, Charlie, this guy Kofi Kinata's song, it has been, I've been singing it. Benzi Minchiro. Anyway, so to the commercial banks
that are working to reduce lending rates, we say trumpet. Good morning and welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up, Chief Executive of the Ghana Association of Banks, John Iwa, reveals single-digit interest rates could be achieved even before the end of this year. Engineers and planners targets more than $1 billion in fresh investment in Damang Mine, whilst assuring no work or be laid off post-takeover. And oil marketing firms back government's proposal to review some taxes on petroleum products. My name is George Wiafe. Let's now settle for the details. The Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies say they are fully committed to moves by government to review some taxes on petroleum products. President John Mahama last week announced that he would call for a cabinet meeting to explore the possibility of removing some taxes on fuel to bring some relief to consumers. Chief Executive of the Chamber of Petroleum, that is marketers, that is Dr. Winston, says that they're speaking to Joy Business at the launch of the Chamber's Safety Week celebration.
Fuel price have gone down this week. Forgetting that we bought the fuel last week and we need to sell it this week, but you still demand fuel to be sold at a lower price this week. These are some of the factors that affect the fiscal nature and the investment appetite in the industry. What is very important for me is the fuel availability, and I think we are not being affected today, but it doesn't make us holistically engulf or let me say surrounded possibly around it, because the market today is being hit by demand, high demand from the eastern corridors, also from the same source that we buy our fuel from, bringing prices up in terms of premiums.
Chief Executive of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, Dr. Winston. Meanwhile, the Institute for Energy Security is asking government to target the removal of the price stabilization recovery levy on petroleum products. Yaoch Derek Emmanuel is a senior research and policy analyst at the Institute of Energy Security.
And so the IES view on the proposal to reduce tax on petroleum products, and we believe that the one that should be looked at is the price stabilization and recovery levy, because that was the main reason why it was set up. It was set up to be able to ensure or guarantee stability of petroleum prices at the various pumps. And so if we find ourselves at a time that price has not stabilized, well, the first line item that we should consider removing is a price stabilization and recovery levy.
Senior research and policy analyst at the Institute of Energy Security, Yaoch Derek Emmanuel. The chief executive of the Ghana Association of Banks, John Iwa, revealed that the much talked about single-digit interest rate could now be achieved even before the end of this year. The Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Johnson Isiema has made this target a major priority before his end of his tenure. However, the Ghana reference rate, a key benchmark for certain lending rate, hitting 10% for the month of April. Mr. Iwa says we are now a few percentage points away from this target.
Our engagement with the governor, that has been his target since he came on seat. And we've been working with him, very actively working with him. Obviously, we are all interested in getting loans to levels that are more affordable. We believe that when facilities are affordable, the propensity to default also declines. And therefore, we have a more controlled non-performing loan regime, and that should again contribute to rate stability. So it is, all the various parts are moving in the right direction, and we are just hoping that it continues into the medium term. As to single-digit interest rates, we are almost there. I have seen offer letter from a bank to actually a personal loan to an individual where the rate was like 11.7%. And I was asking myself, where is this coming from? So 11.7% to 9%, it's not going to be too long before we begin seeing something in the region of sub-10.
John Amoah is the chief executive of the Ghana Association of Banks. Meanwhile, banking consultant Dr. Richmond Ituahini is pushing for the easing of some of Bank of Ghana's measures that was aimed at mopping excess liquidity in the market.
After you have tackled the financial side of the equation, the cash reserve ratio, you need to bring it down so that you can free a lot of money. Because some banks are leaving 15%, some are 20% of their money, what we call tax-free at the central bank. But if you want to free it, once you've got inflation down, that strategy should be relaxed a bit so that more money can come to the banks so that it can lend at a cheaper cost. And one variable which has been with us for a very long time, which needs to be tackled very well, is the non-performing waste. So if we can improve the non-performing to a certain level like 10%, from 18.9, according to February figures, 18.7. If we can get to say 10%, then there is possibility that we can see an interest rate of 10%.
Banking consultant Dr. Richmond Ituahini. Now, mining firm Engineers and Planners is targeting to invest more than $1 billion as fresh capital in Damang Mine in the Western region. It has also promised that no worker of the mine will be laid off post the takeover. There is more in the following Business Desk report.
The disclosure is coming after the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources announced that it has approved a recommendation to hand over the Damang Mine to Engineers and Planners. According to Engineers and Planners, these funds will target improving the mine's efficiency to aid the production of more gold. It will also look at getting state-of-the-art equipment to improve the turnaround time for gold extraction. It has also revealed to Joy Business that capital is not a problem for the firm, as they have already raised adequate funds from some banks to aid these investments in the mine. On the fate of workers, Engineers and Planners strongly stated that looking at the magnitude of the work that needs to be done on the current concession, there is no way they will ask any of their workers to go home. Senior managers of the mining firm in an interview with Joy Business also assured that profits that will be made from the mine will be reinvested and will stay in the country. Mining firm Goldfields, which is currently managing the mine, is expected to hand over the Damang mines to government on 18th April 2026. Government will then take and transfer the operational control and ownership to Engineers and Planners. The exit of Goldfields brings to a close a 12-month lease extension granted after the mine's original lease expired in April 2025.
And that is a Business Desk report. Now, President John Mahama has announced that government will extend some fresh set of incentives to businesses that signs up to the 24-hour economy program. This is coming after Parliament passed regulations expected to guide the implementation of the program. President John Mahama has been given more details about these reliefs that will be extended.
If you decide to expand your factory, and you are bringing plant and equipment, you bring it in duty-free. And so those are some of the incentives for existing businesses that already are running 3 shifts who register on the 24-hour economy. Aside from that, you will have fast-track clearing of all your imports at the ports. If you're a 24-hour economy registered business, you would remove your containers within 24 hours of their arriving at the port. So there are several incentives that will be got, but they'll be spelled out, and Parliament will go back to Parliament to approve the incentives, because it's only Parliament that can give some of these waivers and exemptions. And so when we do that, we'll all be clear about what the incentives under it are.
And that is President John Mahama. Now, food manufacturing firm JB Foods is looking at the future that brings innovation and tradition together by reaching more homes both in Ghana and beyond. Founder of the firm that makes the Winston special Gary mix, Dr. John Anyaba, says that they are determined to stand out through quality and innovation. There is more on today's Joy Business Fund.
Winter's special Gary mix is aiming to redefine how one of Ghana's most traditional staples reaches the modern consumer. Produced by JW Foods, the brand is positioning itself as a convenient, high-quality option in a market where demand for packaged local foods continues to grow. It is founded by Dr. John Ayanaba, an academic-turned-entrepreneur who is looking to expand his business. New product lines are in development and the company is exploring markets, ensuring that Winter's special Gary mix and other innovations reach more homes.
We currently working on our backward integration as it is to make sure that our business is right from the farm to the consumer. Now, that gives us some leverage. We hope to be able to expand beyond just Ghana, within the next 5 years, we think, because we've got a great product.
Behind JW Food's success is a dedicated team working on a big mission of bringing authentic Ghanaian flavors to life.
And full episode of the Joy Business Van is at 1 p.m. right after the Joy Business Report and 5 p.m. on Business Live on the Joy News channel. To the commodities market, crude oil fell significantly from yesterday trade and it's going for $93 a barrel this morning. The precious metal gold is still going up on the international market and is selling this morning at $4,800 an ounce. Cocoa lost over $200 to open trading at $3,028 a ton. To the currency market, the dollar is going for 11 Ghana cedis, 15 pesos this morning. That's the rate some of the major commercial banks are offering to their clients. The British pound is going for 14 Ghana cedis, 73 pesos. The euro is trading at 12 Ghana cedis, 78 pesos. The forex bureaus, on the other hand, are selling the dollar at 11 Ghana cedis, 80 pesos. And that's all for the Joy Business Report. Back to you, Winston.
Yeah, George, because I talked about Kofi Kinata, I think our inspirational song should be the one that he says
by Grace.
Grace. Now, I say, Trasa Kwe Minchiro. It's Charlie. I like that song. Benzi Minchiro. But Charlie.
Empekre Bejini Chaton. And our Fobra. Later into Mukra maintain your button.
Okay. Oh yeah, only have mercy. Have mercy part 2, Charlie. Let's enjoy this one.
Mami mini de tu madina ye Timusumi di muwaji di debe ye Ana bibi wawa entu mi ya Menteda muwida Mami mini de tu madina ye Timusumi di muwaji di debe yo Ana bibi wawa entu mi ya Na bibi ya Dada kukompo so Nasa nimbedi nechila Obini muna trya Wadi biya de ya no Namni pa bomba da wasaso mojuno awu mamunchado awa momentu wino that's so fast so much but mo pono wa mata fweni magas fu muna wa fel ebe trasa ko minchilo shabensi minchi promotion minchilo masumi yebi abepe trasa ko minchi Shabensi minchi promotion minchilo aya ya kufri na ko mesa mabilu na fo je ya kaminku mami mi de tu madina timsumi di muwaji di debe ana bibi wa entu mi ya Menteda, Uwida, Mami mi de tu madina Timusumi di muwaji di dabayo Ana kulbi wawa entu miya Na pilmiya
Inti dele son, cheme nyanko ponke siene sano Otam ne bwa watu, okawa ye wuntiene pano Papa kai wumba, minimse wanye bibi kurano Nenye die medie, inti me bompa ya minimse nkano Ejina woso, inti me da, me jiwudi papa Nyoti viasi mwa wabrene ni onenya miya yaka O Kristo ni breka kraso dako nafa Wuko shabu mwako mfui, mujinso wu ya nasa Nyame me daso me dawo Emma Matanfon Seleme, Minibunya Bibi Kaho, if you for before you me, one for 4 Besaho, a day no more was saying me, and Mrambe Kwan, who chemo pano, when I would treat a dream, meaning you to me, or sounds so the bonnet. Oh, yeah, my nigga fair, would it mean sure I can see another? It told the Pia me bread, no Soriano Panase, me green young Kuradi Bedia, me say Papa Brawache, maybe I said that's one a while. My this way you do so mean to men swa. Your mususu ma mean you no more boy. Miji wudi ma be mumbu ya bra, me come off for a while.
Mami de tu madina eh. Timsu mi di.
Oya no kor nyamutum azin nyinara ye. Obotum aye bibiara mo. Kojo trasako eminchiro. Benzi minchiro. Owe ye.
Oh, Kofi. Teacher Kofi.
See, I am on Kofi very teacher Kofi.
Oh, Trasako na fe.
It is my dream home is not around that side. My dream home is to live in an area where I can have access to my vegetables and everything.
Yes,
that's how I want to live.
My dream home is to live on 50 acres up the mountains.
Yeah, that's how I want to live and die.
Yeah.
So when I die,
your own Garden of Eden.
Yeah, when I die, then they take me to Mpoho and go and bury me.
That's it. Heat your hodo. Heat your and they're flat prone.
Charlie, but it's a wet morning, Kojo.
Yes.
When I was driving to work this morning, in fact, when I was leaving home, it was raining. Then I get to Charlie, and then along the line, it starts raining heavily. When I was leaving, it was drizzling. It starts raining heavily. My guy, I struggled, took my time, and drove to work. And that's why when I introduced the show this morning, I talked about the fact that we should be very, very careful.
Yeah.
Because Charlie, a lot of the vehicles we drive, the tires in the crowd, we don't even know their expiry, dates. So the tires may not be in the best of shape. And once it is wet, you know what that means.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get into our Drive Safe campaign.
The Drive Safe campaign is brought to you by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota Superior Quality, Imperial General Assurance, Solid Protection. Avoid all distractions, keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel. Be visible. Drive with your lights on. That's how to ensure your safe arrival. And my tip this morning is also related to rains. A lot of the roads within the city, a lot of the trunk roads are being constructed. So there are people by the roadside waiting for vehicles and all that. Now, with the rains coming, we are moving from the era of dust to the era of mud. And so when you're approaching any junction or any point where fellow Ghanaians are waiting for their trotros and their taxis and their vehicles, please, really slow down. Don't speed. If you speed, you are likely to splash a lot of mud on people. And it is not something you'd want to do, an inconvenience you'd want to take anyone through. So when you're approaching anywhere you find other people, just slow down. Just slow down so that we don't inconvenience ourselves. That's our tip for the morning.
Great, which means we can learn how to say it right.
No, before we do that, let me give you your fuel tip. Before cooking today, inspect your hose and regulator. Cracks or webbing danger is already present. Replace immediately. Prevention always saves lives. It's a message from Comac.
Okay. Now, today, it's time for us to learn how to say it right. Brought to us by Kingdom Books at Kingdom. Quality and affordability are their hallmarks, and Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either. I say either.
Okay, now, Kojo.
Teacher Govi.
Today I want us to learn. Today is not about pronunciation. Today I want us to learn about rest assured or be rest assured. Now, the meaning is that you can feel confident that whatever is going to happen will happen and that it is true. But it is not be rest assured.
Oh, sir.
It's actually rest assured. So you can rest assured that I shall be there as promised.
Okay.
Or rest assured things are not as bad as they seem. The temptation is the be That's more like get into that state.
Yeah.
Be rest assured. No. The correct phrase is rest assured. And so if we want to say it right, note that is rest assured and not be rest assured.
Can you use rest assured and Trasaco in a sentence for me?
Rest assured, you will live in Trasaco.
Okay, Cherry.
That's also mean for you.
Teacher Kofi.
Student Kojo.
Let me tell you about Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited. It's your number one supplier of quality office essentials, and you can shop online. Go to kingdomstoreonline.com. You don't need to physically go to any of their branches. It's hassle-free. Kingdomstoreonline.com. They'll arrange delivery to your homes and offices within a reasonable time. If you are in Accra and Tema, rest assured that they will deliver to you for free.
Correct.
And we can all make payments via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions, however, apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability is their hallmark.
Great. Now, this year, oh boy, no more waiting. No more managing small. We go mega.
Yep.
So from Yatiso, Yatisubium,
Yasanatiso
promos, Societe Generale Ghana is here with the mega loans promo. Charlie, with even lower and more competitive rates. With SG Ghana's mega loans promo, salaried workers of SG Ghana listed companies, pensioners and eligible customers can access support for personal needs, family commitments, home projects, and more. So from now till July 2026, apply and enjoy big loans at small rates. Yes, very low rates and a fast, hassle-free process that helps you to get moving sooner. Visit any SG Ghana branch near you or call 0302 214-314 for more details about the SG Ghana Mega Loans promo today. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
I'll start from the Daily Guide newspaper.
Before you start, let me say that the newspaper review is brought to us by Syntex Tanker. You're stronger, you're tough. Kel Chaco Toothpaste, Happy Smile. Star Oil, quality and affordable fuel for all. And Enterprise Insurance, your advantage.
The Daily Guide, Damang Mine goes to EMP. It bears a photo of Emmanuel Amakufibua, the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. NPP slams Mahama over LGBTQ plus U10. Reverend Intim Fojo is on the front page. Sampa dispute, Samodia dragged to court for contempt. And Alaji Fuzak completes 3-story block for Ambaria Islamic School. And Gomoa Easter Carnival delivers culture, music, and economic boom to Gomoa. And RNAQ's ex-wife hires new lawyers to fight divorce judgment.
Okay, let's get to the daily graphic for this morning. And the daily graphic for this morning says, One Health Agenda, Mahama rallies action against health threats, initiates move at Leon Summit, and engineers and planners wins Damang Mining lease. You know, I paused for a minute because when I saw engineers and planners and I saw wins, then it just occurred to me that, okay, so it's an entity. It wins. Oil Palm Fund will create coherent ecosystem, boost supply, DBG CEO. And I've told you I'm going to get into oil palm, right?
Yeah.
Oncology Nurse launches initiative to improve cancer treatment and survival rate. ECG begins 240 million transformer upgrading, and our NRSA cautions drivers to adhere to speed limits.
If you go to the news center, Damang Mine goes to EMP. Years of on-site experience, equipment ownership give EMP decisive edge. Anti-fraud center to track and stop digital fraud instantly. This is the news center, and they are reporting from the Momo FinTech Partners Exchange, where all the entities within the payment space have pledged to work together, from Gapes to BOG to Momo, from MTN to the Haptels to all the aggregators, the banks. They are going to work together to fight fraud. And this is good news that now they've all agreed on one platform to fight fraud. Previously everybody was working in silos. Momo was spending a lot in fighting fraud. Companies like EcoBank were spending a lot in fighting fraud. But now they all want to get together to fight fraud. Now, toilets locked at Ebri Girls Senior High School, risking students' health. You know why the toilets are locked?
No.
Because of persistent water shortage in Ebri Girls. This is a big worry to me and parents as well.
Yeah.
And Get Fund to sanction shoddy work by contractors. This is Paulie J, the administrator of Get Fund, speaking. And tough trade-offs drive monetary policy decisions. Dr. Johnson Esiama, BOG boss, speaking.
Well, talking about Dr. Johnson Esiama, the Accra Times says BOG governor touts Ghana's economy at Kwewu Business Forum. I was there at the session with the governor, and I was actually happy when the governor, beyond talking about all the things that the Bank of Ghana was doing, actually advised the banks to assist SMEs and businesses. He says, look, we're talking about food. We don't have food. We don't have this. Assist the people. You go into agreement, help them. Okay, it's not about the usual talk. And there was a producer there who actually got up and spoke, and I was very excited about that. So the commitment is that they're going to support, and that's why the governor said that his, one of the things he wants to do is to make sure that we're able to get lending rates below 10%. I would want it below 5%.
You know what would be nice?
No, tell
to
me.
have the governor in the studio this week for a conversation.
That would be great.
A catch-up conversation following the conversations at the Kwewu Business Forum.
That'd be great.
Dr. Johnson Pandit Esiama, you have 2 hours with us this week.
Anyway, also on the front page of the Accra Times, the 2026 Kwewu Business Forum minority commits to support indigenous business. And I was happy when Jerry Ahmed Shaib, read the minorities, statement that, look, we must all come together as a country. The fact that when governments change, businesses must not collapse for new businesses to emerge or spring up.
Yeah.
Okay, we must agree that we are going to help Ghanaian, and that's what I've always been advocating. Help Ghanaian businesses. Let them grow so that every government that comes knows that, okay, this business must grow. Because when they grow, they will pay tax to the state.
Yeah.
When they expand, they would employ. You see,
whether
when they
NDC MPP, they will employ.
They will employ. Well, Sanerugu MP praised and honored 24-hour market for Bimbila, and Northern Region Minister hosts Parliament's Public Accounts Committee. Is also here. All hail Alhaji Hussein Fuzak over construction of 3-story classroom block for Ambariya Islamic School.
For a first-time MP, I must say that Jerry has been quite impactful in this parliament.
He's done well.
And we need a lot more MPs like this on both sides who take their job seriously. And so let me take you to the Economic Times. NPL risks cast shadow over Ghana's economic recovery amid BOG rate cuts. And S&P affirms Ghana at B-B amid debt and economic restructuring. Ghana signals manufacturing ambition as Easter festivities blend culture with commerce. And the sad story of Elom going home to his maker is still on the front page of the paper.
The Ghanaian publisher that I have talks about detached politics from business, the minority. Gomoa Easter Carnival boosts local economy. NPP pressures NDC on LGBTQI+, and RNEQ's XY fights divorce ruling with new lawyers.
I'll take you to the Junior Graphic. It's a newspaper I've not seen in a very long time.
Yeah.
We have it today. And if you check the front page, 120 trafficked children rescued in 2025. This is according to Challenging Heights, an NGO, and they say they rescued 120 children aged between 6 and 17 who were trafficked to work under hazardous conditions on the Volta Lake in 2025. And if you go to page 4 of the Junior Graphic, Understanding Autism, Why Some Children Learn Differently. I believe everyone should read that particular article in there.
Yeah. The Insight newspaper says conflict of interest concerns emerge over planned $100 million EXIM facility to Heath Go fails. Reject flawed Bogosu Prestia Mines inspection report by acting chief inspector. Stakeholders urge minister. And Palestine calls for global action over Israeli death penalty law. Lands and Mines Watch backs E&P Damang Award. Demands results and accountability. VIP installed Mamaga Ajagba the first. Mamaga Ajagba the first, I think. Yeah, you do well. Pledges major tourism push. And Deputy Interior Minister fingered in Teshin Agbawe Lanshi land matters but denies claims. Trump's Iran war is not going great for the NATO and for the Neto Alliance on the front page of the Inside News. But it means that we can get into our online news review. It's brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest.
And managing your church or ministry requires a banking partner that truly understands your mission. Zenith Bank Ghana has introduced a Zenith Church Premium Account, a tailored financial solution for churches and ministries. You enjoy free Sunday cash pickups, loans at concessionary rates, full cash management services, and expert investment advice for your ministry's growth. Let Zenith Bank handle your church's finances while you focus on transforming lives. Sign up for the Zenith Bank Church Premium Account today. Talk to them on 054 2000 111 and 0302 680 884, or you visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide and you sign up. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. We go to my Joe Online now. And wear blue or green hat to survive. Insurance Brokers Association of Ghana president says insurance industry has been captured by politics.
Hey.
The insurance industry that is insuring us, it says it's been captured by politics, and you either have to wear blue or green hats to survive in the industry. He spoke last night on Joy News in a special conversation on insurance, which was moderated by Evans Mensah. Now, the Natural Resource Governance Institute country manager is questioning the speed of ministerial approval in the Damang mining deal. That's also on my Joy Online. And the IBAC president is also alleging political interference driving kickbacks in insurance sector. Now, if you more from the Damang Mine issue, Damang Mine Award, minority not against Ghanaian participation, we are asking for a fair process. This is according to the minority. And Kwachu Fosu rejects NPP minority's call for apology over anti-LGBTQ plus bill. VIP transport has increased their fares, and they are defending the fare increase over rising fuel and maintenance costs. That story is on my Joe Online. And oil slides below $100 after Trump announces 2-week ceasefire. This is good news, isn't it?
It is.
Yes, it's very, very, very good news. Madagascar has declared a state of emergency over energy situation due to Iran war. I hope that the 2-week ceasefire would restore flow, and countries like Madagascar, which are struggling, will get out of that state. And Trump agrees 2-week ceasefire. Iran says passage through Hormuz possible. So those are stories from my Joy Online. We go to City Newsroom now. How and why engineers and planners secure Damang Mine lease. That story is on City Newsroom. Damang lease process transparent, merit-based, this according to the Minerals Commission. And government must reinstate e-levy betting tax to raise 18 billion Ghana cedis, this according to a tax analyst. And Ochame Kwame has shared his childhood struggles. And then more from City Newsroom. Prophet arrested over alleged death threats against Professor Opoku Ajman. Those are stories from City Newsroom. Let me give you some stories from the BBC.
Okay.
Iran ceasefire deal, a partial win for Trump, but at a high cost. That's a story on the BBC. And Iran and US agreed to conditional 2-week ceasefire and opening of the Strait of Hormuz. And there's an article on how Pakistan helped secure a ceasefire between the US and Iran.
In fact, it's actually how the Iranian foreign minister starts the statement.
Yeah.
You know, he makes it very clear that this is something that Pakistan has led. You know, he wants to make sure
yes,
that it's not something that they probably may have called on the US, but the US wanted this, and Pakistan brokered that deal.
Whoever thought Pakistan, the rejected stone, will be the key player in brokering a deal between Iran and the US?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that at some point, it becomes important. It becomes important that certain, rejected stones become the cornerstone, isn't it? And Pakistan has shown that. Look, I am happy, and the only reason I'm happy is the fact that even though it's for 2 weeks, at least that certainty, if it works for 2 weeks, we know that we'll get into the next pricing window with a favorable price at the pumps. That's good. But I was also asking earlier, what happens to the planned cabinet meeting to address some of these issues.
It's going to happen tomorrow.
Tomorrow, would it still happen tomorrow? Would fuel still be on the agenda? Would there be discussions about, the need to remove some of the taxes? I think that at this point, the meeting can still be held. And then you do if and if. If this happens, we'll do that. If that happens, we'll do that. So if it's still good, if the price of crude oil on the world market gets to a certain level, it will be important for the government to say, look, you know what, we're going to remove the 1 cedi levy. As for the 1 cedi levy, the discussions at the time it was implemented was that, look, we had fuel prices reducing at the pumps. So why don't we, bring a levy that would help in dealing with our energy sector issues? I have been against that because my point is, then I'm going to enjoy low fuel prices. You say, no, don't enjoy it. So let's put something on it. This is the time to remove that, and it should never be brought back. It's as simple as that. Anyway, let's get into the details of the newspapers.
Okay, I'll go to the News Center page 2. And the story there is on the Damang Mine lease going to ENP. Now, Elvis Dako writes that a tender committee's recommendation to award the Damang Gold Mine lease to Engineers and Planners Company Limited has marked a potentially transformative moment in Ghana's mining sector. The development positions the wholly Ghanaian-owned company as the leading candidate to assume full operational responsibility for Damang, a role historically dominated by the multinational firms. A press statement signed by Emmanuel Amoah, Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, announced the results of the tender. Now, the submission deadline for the competitive tender was set for 4 p.m. on March 31, 2026, with the tender officially opened on April 7, 2026, and conducted under Regulation 256 of the Minerals and Mining Regulations Act. The tender attracted 4 companies, including Vortex Resources Mining Group, Engineers and Planners Limited, Heath Goldfields Limited, and Maripoma Mining Services Limited. Following initial screening by the Minerals Titles Department, ENP and Heath Goldfields were shortlisted for a detailed assessment by the tender committee, and after a rigorous evaluation of technical capacity, operational readiness, and financial strength, ENP emerged as the highest ranked bidder with an impressive 93.15 score. So that is the story on Damang Mine.
And I think the country manager of the Natural Resource Governance Institute, Patrick Stevenson, now he's raised concerns over the rapid ministerial approval of the Damang mining lease awarded to engineers and planners. Speaking in an interview on Joy FM's Top Story, Patrick Stevenson, he knows that the decision granted barely 2 hours after a tender committee submitted its recommendations was unusually swift and could raise transparency concerns. The quote here says, in 2 hours, that is a little too quick and may give cause for worry, he said. He argues that Ghana's mining licensing process typically involves multiple layers of oversight, including technical committees, procurement bodies, and ministerial approval. He described the post-recommendation phase as a black box and stressed the need for public access to assessment data to enhance accountability. Final quotes that I'll share with you. We'd like to see that the results of this work, the assessment, are published, not just the decision of the minister.
So that is the story on the Damang Mine. Now I'll take you to page 3 of the News Center. Toilets locked at Ebri Girls Senior High School risking students' health. The story says a deepening sanitation crisis at Ebri Girls Senior High School has sparked outrage among parents and raised serious public health and gender concerns as reports emerge that authorities have locked up toilet facilities due to persistent water shortages. The situation, described by sources close to the school as dire and worsening, is said to stem from erratic water supply, leaving the institution without running water for days at a time. In response, management is reported to have taken the drastic step of shutting access to toilets, effectively leaving hundreds of adolescent girls without basic sanitation.
Sad one. And something would have to be done immediately about this.
Yeah. And have you seen the videos of the crash that happened from the Ebri Mountains to Ayimensa two days ago? Yeah. It's quite sad. I saw a lot of cars that had been damaged, people injured. And let's use this opportunity to remind people driving on the Ebri Mountains and any other place to be very, very careful. And you should also check your vehicles, your brakes and everything.
Great. It means we can bring you the BBC News, brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us. And Glyco, we cushion you for life.
With its AI software, but how damaging could its row with the US government be over how that AI is used in warfare and surveillance? We'll be taking a look.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up from the BBC World Service, The Interview. Conversations with the people shaping our world, with me, BBC presenter Misha Glenny. For this episode, I speak to writer Palmy Olsen about the fierce battle for supremacy in the world of artificial intelligence and whether AI can be a force for democracy.
The tech companies and the tech leaders would argue that they are, quote unquote, democratizing this incredibly powerful technology, putting it in the hands of people in order to empower them to build a business, be more productive. We are moving in a direction where this kind of technology can actually make inequality so much worse. Because when we look at who truly is benefiting financially from generative AI, it's the world's largest tech companies.
Palmy Olsen. Hear more on The Interview after the news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. The United States and Iran have each declared victory after they announced a 2-week ceasefire. With the Strait of Hormuz due to be opened up for safe passage under Iranian military management, President Trump has claimed a total and complete victory in the war he started. But Iran's National Security Council said America had suffered an historic and crushing defeat. It said Iran's control over the vital waterway, where it's been charging tolls, would continue. Here's our security correspondent, Frank Gardner.
This is a case of both disaster averted and kicking the problem further down the road. There will be huge relief both in Iran and in the neighbouring Gulf states that President Trump has not felt the need to follow through on his recent threat to destroy what he called the civilization in Iran. There's relief too that the Strait of Hormuz will once more be open for business, and yet the war is at best on pause, and the US and Iranian negotiating positions remain far apart on everything from who will control the Strait of Hormuz to reparations to nuclear enrichment.
Pakistan, the key mediator in the war, says it will host peace talks between the US and Iran, with delegations invited to Islamabad on Friday. The Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, said both sides were constructively engaged in furthering the cause of peace and stability. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has denied Pakistan's assertion that the ceasefire includes the war against the Iran-backed group Hezbollah in Lebanon. The IDF's latest strikes there have killed 8 people in the coastal city of Sidon, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. Lina Sinjab is in Beirut.
There was a statement issued by the Israeli Prime Minister's office excluding Lebanon from this deal. And this is something that is not coming as a surprise, because the Israelis have repeatedly said that this is going to be a prolonged war here in Lebanon to eliminate any threat coming from Hezbollah. In fact, this is something that they've started in 2024 to cripple Hezbollah's power. And now they are continuing it so that they don't have any threat from the group.
Israeli officials say 3 people were injured by Iranian cluster munitions even as the ceasefire was being unveiled. Ahead of the announcement, Iran also hit Gulf nations with a large barrage of missiles and drones, leading to 4 people being wounded in Qatar. Lorna Gordon is in Dubai.
Attacks did continue in the Gulf overnight. In Abu Dhabi, the authorities said they were tackling a fire at the Habshan gas facility. In Qatar overnight, 4 people, including a child, were wounded by falling debris from an intercepted missile. And, in the hours after that ceasefire was announced, I think most of the Gulf states issued alerts warning of incoming salvos.
World News from the BBC. Oil prices fell sharply on the ceasefire news, with Brent crude dropping below $100 per barrel. But as Nick Marsh in Singapore explains, it may take some time for oil exports to return to normal levels.
Supposing that this ceasefire does hold, that doesn't mean that oil production
is going to resume and hit those pre-war levels straight away. It's actually going to take months and months for those big Middle Eastern oil producers, so, you know, in the United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia, what have you, because that has basically collapsed since the war has started. You can't just, you know, switch on that oil production overnight.
Stock markets across Asia have reacted favourably. South Korea's Kospi Index and Japan's Nikkei have both gained more than 5%. There's been favourable reaction around the world to the ceasefire announcement. The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres called on all parties to abide by the terms. Germany's Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul said the ceasefire would be a decisive first step towards lasting peace. Japan and South Korea said they hoped vessels would now be able to navigate freely through the Strait of Hormuz. South Korea's military says North Korea has fired multiple short-range ballistic missiles in 2 rounds towards the Sea of Japan. The launch follows Seoul's expression of regret on Monday over January's civilian drone incursions into the north. South Korea's president even called them irresponsible. The Taiwanese opposition leader Chung Lee-won has pledged to channel the spirit of her party's founder, Sun Yat-sen, and seek reunification with China on a visit to Nanjing. The head of the Kuomintang laid a wreath at Sun's mausoleum in the eastern city on the first trip to China by a leader of her party in more than a decade. Taiwan's governing Democratic Progressive Party has accused Ms. Chung of submitting to the Chinese Communist Party. BBC News.
Pay small, small, drive covered.
Charlie, my guy. Hey, driving these days be sweet, oh. No pressure, everything's smooth.
Ah, look at you smiling early morning. What's making life so easy like that?
Simple. I'm using Pay As You Earn Motor Insurance from Coronation.
Pay As You Earn?
Yes, same trusted cover, but I pay monthly or quarterly. Just the way I prefer. It's about flexibility.
So I don't have to pay everything at once.
Only if you want to. And with every policy, 50% goes to support the National Road Safety Authority, helping to promote and improve safety on our roads. Visit ecoronation.com, select Pay As You Earn Motor Insurance, and fill out all required details. Pay with mobile money. Policy comes straight to your phone.
Pay small, small, drive covered.
Pay As You Earn Motor Insurance, a flexible option from Coronation.
Pay small, small, drive covered. We've got what you need for your business and family. Whatever you need, you can count and call on us. Omni Basic Bank. Omni Basic Bank is we're all. We are not just another bank. Whatever you need, you can count and call on us. Omni Basic Bank. Omni Basic Bank. Not just another bank.
You can't deny it when you taste it. The rich, creamy goodness of Cowbell coffee. One sip and you feel it. It's Cowbell coffee. Taste it and you love it. It's a special feeling. One sip and you feel it. It's Cowbell coffee.
For the big days and the seemingly ordinary, creamy Cowbell coffee is with you every moment.
This advert is FDA approved.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Syntax Tango! Syntax, hey, I tough, hey, strong. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, hey, I tough, hey, strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break. When the rain they fall, still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. Any project you they start. Syntax
Hello, my fellow Ghanaians. Presenting to you the authentic firefighter, Sun Cablo Cables. These days, we hear less of fire outbreaks because Sun Cablo Cables, they guard for every Ghanaian. From the building contractor to the electrical engineer, Sun Cablo electrical cables are their best choice. Proudly made in Ghana, Sun Cablo deals in electrical cables, PVC pipes, sockets, and switches of all kinds with 99.99 pure copper. My fellow Ghanaians, if light won't travel, now Sun Cablo be the motto. Sun Cablo cables are carefully built in different shades of colors to suit the needs of Ghanaians and our weather condition. Always remember to use Sun Cablo quality electrical cables and accessories for your wiring. For bulk purchase of your PVC pipes, socket, switches, electrical cables, please contact 0530-774-774. Sun Cablo from Side Go House. Now we be the plug. Approved by the Ghana Standard Authorities.
For years, you've made Sultana more than just a brand. It has become a part of your home. From your kitchens to your celebrations, now it's time to give back to you. Sultana's Buy and Win promo is here. You can win cars, motorbikes, trucks, Sultana products, and many more. All you have to do is to buy a bag of Sultana rice, scratch your coupon, and you could win really big. Sultana rice, your household favorite. Win the big one.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform. This advert is FDA approved.
Dear business owner, congrats on not giving up on your business. You deserve a medal, and your business deserves to be taken to the next level. In fact, it's about time you run a Zenith Bank SME account so you and your business can enjoy the perks of a Zenith SME business card. Oga and Oga Madam status.
The Zenith SME Business Card is a Visa debit card for making secure payments for goods and services. Enjoy great benefits such as free customized digital SME training, free marketing toolkits, access to Visa practical skills training, and more. Unlock the potential of your business today. Visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide and sign up for the Zenith SME Business Card, the ultimate payment solution for SMEs. For more information, visit www.zenithbank.com.gh or call 0302-680-884 or 0307-086-370. Zenith Bank, in your best interests.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Nobody wanna see us together, but it don't matter, no. Nobody wanna see us together, but it don't matter, no. Cause we gon' fight, oh yes we gon' fight. Believe we gon' fight, fight for our right to love, yeah. Nobody wanna see us together, but it don't matter, no. Cause nobody wanna see us together, nobody
Nobody thought we'd last forever. I feel I'm hoping and praying things between us don't get better. Men steady coming after you, women steady coming after me. Seems like everybody wanna go for self and don't wanna respect boundaries. Telling you all those lies just to get on your side. But I must admit there was a couple secrets I held inside. But just know that I tried to always apologize. And I'ma have you first always in my heart to keep you satisfied. But nobody wanna see us together, but it don't matter, no. 'Cause I got you. Nobody wanna see us together, but it don't matter, no. 'Cause we gon' fight. Oh yes, we gon' fight. Believe we gon' fight. Fight for our right to love, yeah. Nobody wanna see us together, but it don't matter, no. 'Cause I got every right to wanna leave. You got every right to wanna go. You got every right to hit the road and never talk to me no more. You don't even have to call, even check for me at all. Because the way I've been acting lately has been off the wall. Especially towards you, putting girls before you. And they watching everything I've been doing just to hurt you. Most of it just ain't true, and they won't show you how much of a queen you are to me and why I love you, baby. Nobody wanna see us together, but it don't matter, no. 'Cause I got you. Nobody wanna see us together, but it don't matter, no. 'Cause we gon' fight. Oh yes, we gon' fight. Believe we gon' fight. Fight for our right to love, yeah. Nobody wanna see us together, but it don't matter, no. 'Cause I got you, baby.
Yeah, and that's Akon with Don't Matter. Don't Matter. Nobody want to see us together.
I woke up in the middle of the night and I noticed my girl wasn't by my side. Stood up when I was dreaming for hours. Charlie, Akon, I'm to you.
Oh, he did well.
I am so lonely.
He did well. You know, the thing
I
about...
have nobody to call my own.
You see, the thing about music is that I don't know whether he's now gone into management full time because he signed some people onto the Convict music label. But you know, when you are an artist manager and you're singing, you can't combine, singing and managing artists.
That's why Bullet is no longer singing.
You don't have to sing. You don't have. No, you don't have to. You see, so whatever you decide to manage artists, stop singing.
Oh, but Akon should give us some new music.
You know, once a while you can drop, because
you
could drop a single, because once you're dropping singles, you have to market your own songs. How are you going to, lead the promotion of the others under you?
Yeah, but still, Akon should give us music.
No. So that's why.
What happened to his Power stuff, Power Africa business? And
the ACT that he was trying to.
Something city. And
that he used the cryptocurrency and all of that. Well, I need to find out about it.
That was a big dream, eh?
Yeah, dreams are such that, sometimes you say, I want to do this, I want to do that. People would have to buy into it. If they don't, you hold on until they buy into it, then you implement it.
But they won't sit down now on Tonyum. Stop playing, girl, and come on home. Baby girl, I didn't mean to shout. I want you and me to work it out. But you come and say now we join too.
Masa, he's still enjoying life.
He should play music.
Aqua Wepa. Anyway, look, this morning I want us to do a couple of things. I want us to, look at happenings in the Middle East. The fact that there's, a temporary kind of a ceasefire, 2 weeks. Yeah, so it's a 2-week ceasefire between Iran and the United States of America. Now, what does that mean for us? As a conversation we must have. But also I ask, and we need answers. So the planned cabinet meeting, which was supposed to come off tomorrow, what happens to it?
It will come off.
And as it comes off, would Iran still be the agenda?
Yes, it must be.
Okay.
Because you don't know what happens after the 2 weeks.
Okay.
So we need to discuss and do the planning and ask ourselves what if, and then put in place whatever we'll do if this happens and if that happens.
Okay,
So
categorical propositions. Kusi Franca in logic, there's something like that. If
Yes.
and only if. If then, okay, no problem. We'll get into that conversation here on the Super Morning Show. So stay with us. But also, this morning we're told that engineers and planners have secured the Damang Mine lease. What that means is that when Goldfields exits later on this month, engineers and planners will become the new owners of the Damang Mine. How did they get that? It's something we'll be sharing with you here on the Super Morning Show. And there are those who've raised concerns here and there. We'll get into all of that. We'll have an understanding of why they have these concerns here on the Super Morning Show. But as always, you know, we do the show with you. So get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS. Then on WhatsApp, 055-1111-997. Okay, share your thoughts with us, and we will definitely share those thoughts with the rest of the world here on the Super Morning Show. Okay? Okay, so Akon, yeah, you know, Wejai.
Oh, they're going to Minjai. And I'm waiting for Amachi this new album too, and also on Bonyum.
But why are you forcing people to sing?
They are good. They are good at what they do. Huh? Haven't you seen Nane Champo and Kimpaluta releasing a new song?
Charlie. See, I'll tell you one thing.
Look at somebody like Bessa. How blessed he is. Bessa should be release new music. Black Sheriff Kakari Bessa Kakari Awachi the
He should release new music.
Yes.
The man is happy you say he should release new music. And start promoting it. So that you come and tell him that Wanyini eh? Like when Slim Bastard did his Masana Abo remix, and then the boys are laughing at him. Talking about Bessa, let's enjoy this one. Yeah, and that's Bessa Simons with Awoyi. And then Awanaba.
Abba.
So one from Bessa Simons. I was trying to look for, a song he produced for CK Man's last. He actually produced Adrayanke. CK Man was telling me that Uncle CK has a lot of stories.
Yeah.
So but there's one he produced, the last album of CK Man. I think the album title was Open Your or Crying, one of them. And I was there when they were doing the things. I was trying to get it. Jiwini, I'm trying to find it, but I can't find it. I think I have to reach out to Pakofi Nyakon, Abranoma.
Yes.
He has that.
The historian.
The high life historian.
Yeah.
So Pakofi Abranoma, Pakofi Nyakon, Please bring me CK Man's final album. Yes.
Winston, talking about Awoyi and the rainy season coming. Are we really ready for the rainy season? Are we ready for the rainy season as a country?
We have never been.
NADMO, municipal assemblies, district assemblies, are we ready for this year's rainy season? Ministry of Food and Agric, Ministry of Roads, are we ready for the rainy season?
We're not.
Ministry of Works and Housing, are our drains ready for the rainy season? The single people too, are you ready for the upcoming rainy season? I already move. Is the power grid ready for the rainy season?
We're not.
ECG says they are changing transformers, they are upgrading transformers. So maybe that will make the grid a bit more stable in the rainy season. But generally, as a people, you listening to us, are you ready for the rainy season? Your children will be going to school. Do you have the warm clothes? Do you have the first aid and everything prepared for the rainy season?
My brother, I have with me a presentation by then Works and Housing Minister Francis Asensubuachi on the 5th of August 2021. And he talked about the state of our drainage infrastructure. Okay. And there's something that he said. I'm trying to find the exact quote here. Okay, I'm trying to find the exact quote here. Talked about the fact that if we do not do anything, we will be found wanting. The fact that, okay, it says yes, impact of flooding. Now, the economic impact of the June 3rd, 2015 event was estimated at $114 million by the World Bank. He says there are about 30 drainage catchments similar in size or larger than the Odo Basin. Economic impact of flooding across the 30 catchments is $3.4 billion. And the potential economic impact across the country, an additional $4 billion of the 70 other smaller catchments. So, he says $7.42 billion. That's the impact, though. And we needed an estimated $5 billion investment required for resilience. And the World Bank estimated that $3.2 billion worth of economic assets are at risk of flooding in the Greater Accra region alone. Greater Accra region alone. And it continues. Investments in drainage and flood control work do not generate immediate returns. The benefits are in the losses avoided. And if you look at it, my brother, at the time he was asking for funds. And I have correspondence between him and the Ministry of Finance at the time, where the funds were not released. Okay? And so that's our problem. We're told that the value of asset at risk in the Greater Accra region alone could move from 3.2 billion to 12.8 billion by 2050 if steps are not taken to improve resilience. That is what we're facing. And what impact, what work have we done over the period?
Yeah.
Nothing.
And aside that, with all the construction going on, we've increased the area of collection of rainwater. So areas that hitherto had vegetation that would allow water to percolate and all that are now being converted into hard surfaces.
Yeah.
Most of these hard surfaces have not been covered yet with asphalt. So it means when it rains, there is more collection, and there's also going to be more siltation of our drains. The drains that we've also not improved. So if you look at the Insamomo Fanko construction, for example, let me describe what is happening there. The road is a 34-kilometer road. Okay. It is actually 17 kilometers in length. But because we are increasing the number of lanes, if you really measure properly, it's a 34-kilometer road. So we've doubled the collection. So when it rains, a lot more water will be collected on that surface and it flows into the drains. What capacity of drains do we have around that area? What capacity of drains do we have around Amra here, Adenta to Dodoa? What capacity of drains do we have on the motorway to Tema? When we built the George W. Bush Highway, we increased the collection area for water. When we built the Accra Medina Expressway, we increased the collection area. That's how we were seeing a lot of flooding of the Odo Channel, because there's water coming all the way from Legon, Spintex, the Accra Mall area, and all those places into the channel. So how ready are we for the rains this season? Minister for Housing is Kenneth, I've forgotten his full name.
Kenneth Gilbert Kenneth J.
Yes, the deputy minister is Gisela Agbotu Tete.
Yes, Tete Agbotu. Yeah.
Yes, she's an architect, right? So she's an industry person. I believe Gilbert is also the same. Honorable Kenneth Gilbert is also the same. They should tell us the plans we have when it comes to flooding mitigation within the city. Because this morning when I was coming to work, for example, on the Peace FM road to the Tesano Police Training School, 1 out of the 3 lanes has been covered by water. The water is not flowing anywhere. The water is not flowing anywhere. So we really need to know what we are doing as a people to prevent flooding.
Definitely.
And to make us ready for the rainy season.
But Kojo, George Quay has just informed me that one of Ghana's all-time best rappers, particularly English rap, Mr. Caesar, has released. Yeah.
No, he says Caesar has to release. Or
Caesar
has released.
I think he has released, or he has to release.
Oh, if Caesar releases, Charlie, a party.
Oh, okay, he has to release. Caesar too has to release. Oh, okay. He has not released yet. Mr. Caesar too has to release. Ghana's all-time best rapper in English, Mr. Caesar. Okay. Anyway, look, let me tell you about water tanks, and I'm sure by now you know the secret to real water storage. It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know it's not the correct tank. The tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is the champion of water tanks. It's strong and durable and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. So rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So my people, go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have a tortoise on it, then you know it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex family today and enjoy water storage that's stuff like a tortoise. Call 0244-335-168 to buy now or find any of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
And you can fly to Tanzania, you can fly to Dubai, you can fly to China, or with Air Tanzania, the wings of Kilimanjaro. Enjoy your special promo fares to Dubai and Guangzhou. Dubai fares start at $600 and Guangzhou in China from $800 USD. The promo fares are for a limited time only, so don't miss out. They also offer affordable fares to other destinations, comfort, reliability, and value, all in one flight. Locate them at Kotka International Airport, adjacent the airport post office, or you call them on 0246 567 898 or 0542 815 087. Fly smart, fly affordable. You can find them at Accra International Airport. I said Kotoka. Accra International.
All your life it's been Kotoka International Airport. We understand. But you know, your salary, Kojo, deserves better, so switch to Fidelity Bank today and enjoy amazing benefits, lower interest rates, higher loan amounts, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. It's time to switch and smile wider with Fidelity Bank. To learn more, call them on 0800 00 3355 or visit fidelitybank.com.gh or connect with them on social media at Fidelity Bank GH. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
And after dirty December comes dry January, a drier February, and you know, a manic March, if that's a good expression to use. But look, don't let your engine suffer because of a tight budget. Total Energies is still there for you. They have significantly reduced their lubricant prices. The 4-liter costs 9,000 SAE 5W40, which was 118 cedis, is now 107 cedis, 50 pesos. The 5-liter costs 9,000 Future 0W20, which was 148 cedis, is now 134 cedis. And the 4-liter Rubia Fleet HD 400 15W40, which was 80 cedis, is now 72 cedis, 50 pesos. It's top quality, meeting great savings. So go to any Total Energies outlets and get your premium quality engine oils, transmission fluids, and coolants at significantly lower prices. Choose Total Energies, choose quality.
Now with Millennium Insurance, you know you don't have to worry. So whether it's motor, properties, marine, travel insurance, they've got you covered. Millennium Insurance is fast and reliable. So when life throws you surprises, Millennium makes sure you're ready. Call Millennium Insurance today on 0501-418-228 and ensure the unexpected before the unexpected insures you. Millennium Insurance Company, your trustworthy partner.
And if you are looking for quality electrical cables for your wiring, then Sun Cablo is your plug. They deal in electrical cables, PVC pipes, sockets and switches of all kinds with 99.9% pure copper. And their cables are proudly made in Ghana and carefully built in different shapes and colors to suit the needs of Ghanaians and other weather conditions and our weather conditions. So remember to use Sun Cablo quality electrical cables and accessories for your house wiring. You can call them on 0530 774 774. That's 0530 774 774 for bulk purchase of your electrical cables. Sun Cablo, we are lights in Africa. Now we be the plug, and it's approved by the GSA, Ghana Standards Authority.
So, we all have plans for the month, but do these plans include a relaxing staycation, a romantic dinner, or taking of experiences from your bucket list? Well, Bank of Africa Visa credit card is your perfect payment option for shopping, reservations, getaways. The Bank of Africa Visa credit card offers convenience, flexible payment, and enhanced security with direct debits should you forget to repay. So choose affordability, choose comfort. Sign up for a Visa credit card with Bank of Africa today. For further information, call BOA on 0302 429 333 or chat Fafa at boaghana.com for inquiries. T's and C's apply. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group,
as close as a partner.
Stay with us. We'll be right back with sports and your birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show.
Je m'appelle.
Je m'appelle.
Je m'appelle.
Mappé. Et Mappé. Hey, Asamo. French idiot. This is midi croissant.
Meet Aja. She makes sobolo in a small shop in Kaswa. She's going places with MTN Ejumapa. Now, she's learning French kakra to teach her francophone customers indigenous recipes.
私の名前は
Watashi no na my boy.
Whoa. She's learning Japanese too? Watashi. What? If you're a woman with a small business, join MTN Ejumapa today by dialing *5060# and enjoy 150 megabytes data, a lifestyle bundle for social media, free MTN to MTN calls every Monday, and an insurance cover. You will also gain access to expert training, discounts on digital tools, and financial support to grow the business of your dreams. Terms and conditions apply. MTN.
For 130 years, Standard Chartered has been there for Ghana and for you, supporting your financial aspirations and driving your business ambitions, opening doors to new possibilities, turning small dreams into big realities, and bringing banking to the palm of your hands. For 130 years, we have been there, empowering the next generation to soar higher. And as always, we believe we can achieve even more together. This year, as we celebrate 130 years of operations in Ghana, we look into the future with you because we are bringing 130 years of expertise to power your wealth and business ambitions, 130 years of heritage to power your aspirations. Let's partner for progress. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Life is full of dreams and surprises. When the unexpected happens, SIC Insurance stands with you. For over 60 years, we've protected what matters most: your business, your home, your life. Call us toll free today on 0800 100 055 for your motor, fire, accident, travel, and marine insurance policies. SIC, our promises are sacred.
Introducing Yomi Pina Colada and Peach, our newest addition to the Yomi family. Life is full of choices, so here are more Yomi flavors to spoil you for choice. Go on, choose great taste, choose nourishment, choose the new Yomi Yogurt Pina Colada and Peach. And always remember that the choices we make today shape our tomorrow. Yomi, a nourishing choice. Yomi Yogurt Pina Colada and Peach. More quality products from Amigo Ghana Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. Time now for birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by MTN. Everywhere you go, and Bank of Africa, BOA Pay from Bank of Africa, offers a hassle-free solution for fee collection and other payments. Call us or chat Fafa at boaghana.com for details. Let's see whose birthday it is today. But let me say good morning, a special good morning, Kojo, to Joyce Osei Tutu at the Ghana Exim Bank. She loves the Super Morning Show, and so a special good morning to you, Joyce. Yes.
And a special good morning going to the Commissioner of the NIC, the National Insurance Commission, Madam Abiba Zakaria, and to your team. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Look, today is a special day. Today is the birthday of a big man, a very big man. He usually selects the inspirational song in collaboration with his other partner behind the scenes, or our signing song for us. Yes, we call him Jojo.
Today's Jojo's birthday.
Today is Jojo's birthday.
Oh, Frank.
Yeah. Today is not your birthday, but Facebook says today is your birthday.
Hey, the guy say Facebook is lying.
See, my Facebook says today is your birthday, Jojo.
Okay, on that note, let's go to those who are celebrating their birthday.
Yes, today is also Kevin's birthday. Kevin Elonkwakofi.
Oh, Kevin Kwakofi.
Maulian.
It was my senior at Marley School. We're both in Lincoln House. Anyway, happy birthday to Bevelyn Ankra of Unimac IJ level 300. May the good Lord continue to bless, protect, and guide you. Is from Gifty and your brother Brian Ankra. And this one says, there's a special birthday message from Samuel Amoah, who's Deputy PRO of the Ghana Private Road Transport Union, to his wife, Inspector Mavis AC Inkum, Amazon of Ashaiman Divisional Operations. Happy birthday to you. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me. As you mark this special day, I wish you all your heart's desires. I want you to know that I will choose you over and over again. I love you. From your husband, Samuel Amoah.
And happy birthday going to Kwame Opong Afrane from Kweku Oseasari. And the guys, happy birthday going out to Gloria Treme and also to David Ebo Ejapon Yamoa.
This one says, today is the birthday of a special person in my life. My caregiver, my prayer partner, my prayer warrior. Glorious happy birthday to Mrs. Mary Vanderpoy. More grace, more favor, more blessings, more oil. And it's from your husband, Ni Jangma Vanderpoy. Honorable to you. And finally, happy birthday to Lovelace of Kolebu Teaching Hospital. May the good Lord continue to bless you abundantly. May all your wishes come true. And may life always place you in pleasant and favorable path. Warm wishes from the Virgin City Boys of Temasco. Oh, okay.
And happy birthday to Dr. Mrs. Emma Sopime, English Department of the University of Ghana, Legon. From Guido, your husband, and the boys, to you. Happy birthday to you. And Jojo, you need to buy us both fruits for tricking us with Facebook.
This one says, please wish my senior Chocolita and beloved son, Every Kojo Ayeyi Asare, a happy birthday, and may God bless him. Is from Judith of the Ghana Free Zones Authority. To you. I think there are other messages. Let me see. That should be it. Sandra, I think I've done all the okay, this one says a happy golden jubilee to you, Dinah, or some pronounce it Dinah, at 51, from your husband and all the entire family. Please wish my two daughters, Nadu Walter of Cocoa Board, Tema, and Asibu Mebwedu of Noguchi Memorial, Legon, a happy birthday. May the good Lord bless them in all areas of their lives. Okay, which means we can bring you the Sports Center, and it's brought to us by MTN. Switch to MTN's eSIM. Download my MTN app to go SIMless today. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. Yomi Yogurt, a nourishing choice, and DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Indeed, and if you are starting your day, if you are thinking of the banking partner for you, Standard Chartered is here for good with you. For over 130 years, Standard Chartered has been more than a bank. They've been a partner in progress. And today they stand on 130 years of heritage to power your ambitions and unlock opportunities. 130 years of expertise to drive cross-border connections that move businesses forward, support your financial and wealth aspirations, and to sustainably impact communities. As always, Standard Chartered believes they can achieve more by partnering together with you. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Charlie, queuing for your favorite wache, we can accept it. I mean, sometimes, it's important you queue for the things you love, like wache. And queuing for trotro, Charlie boy, you don't have a choice, do you? But one thing we cannot accept is queuing to swap your MTN SIM. Swap your MTN SIM yourself in minutes. Visit my MTN app or dial *1333. Okay, just dial *1333 to get this done. It's up. No more standing, no more sweating, no more who be the last person. Do it yourself. Simply swap it everywhere you go.
And that moment when the alarm rings and life is already asking questions, that's that moment, yeah? It's a moment we all don't like. But look, Cowbell Coffee is here for you. Whether you are grinding for that exam, pushing deadlines at work, or cooking up the next big idea, Cowbell Coffee gives you that creamy taste and rich coffee aroma to kickstart your day right, and you can enjoy it anytime. Because success doesn't happen overnight. It's the little moments, the early mornings, the late night. So let's Cowbell Coffee take you through it all. Day for you. Cowbell Coffee day with you. And Cowbell Coffee is with you every moment. And this ad is FDA approved.
Achue.
Winston, good morning to you and
good morning
to everyone listening to us. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Centre. With me, Victor Achitanaklu. Coming up.
But it's keeping the ball that's a problem straight away. It's Elise up against Howson and teeing up Kane, and Kane scores! Did I?
Bayern Munich edge out Real Madrid in the Bernabeu thriller in the Champions League quarter-final first leg. Meanwhile, in Portugal,
Martinelli will use this extra 2 minutes. A lovely ball through, and they've got the goal at the end. Kai Havertz, the scorer of big goals in big games, arrives on the scene, keeps his cool.
Kai Havertz scored late to hand Arsenal a narrow advantage against Sporting in their first league clash. We'll tell you more about that later and preview tonight's games as well. But first, the search for a new Black Stars head coach is gathering momentum with reports of a 3-man shortlist for the vacant position emerging last night. The reported shortlist, which is entirely Portuguese, includes former Egypt and South Africa coach Carlos Queiroz, who's also coached Manchester United as an assistant and actually managed Real Madrid. There's Paulo Bento, who faced Ghana at the 2014 World Cup with Portugal and again at the 2022 tournament with South Korea, and of course Fernando Santos, who also came up against Ghana in Qatar with Portugal. Joy Sports cannot independently verify these names, but what we can confirm is that the GFA Executive Council will meet on Friday to deliberate on who becomes the next Black Stars head coach ahead of the World Cup. Ernest Thompson is a former Black Stars Management Committee member.
If I were in the FA, right, I'll take a coach up to the World Cup. Maybe with an option to renew depending on performance after the World Cup, because coaching is a very funny job. Nobody knew that Klinsmann would take the US team to that level. Nobody knew that company can manage Bayern and the rest. So coaching is a very funny job. But if we take a coach and sign the contract up to the World Cup, with maybe an option to renew depending on performance, I would prefer that, because if you go and sign a long-term contract and anything happens, as you said, the team itself is now being brought up, right? If anything happens and they don't perform well, and let's say you sign a 5-year contract and you terminate the coach again, you still have to pay a lot of damages. So,
from Black Stars Management Committee member Ernest Thompson. So as it stands, we have no idea who we're taking to the World Cup. But one thing is certain, we're definitely going with Litina Travels to the tournaments that are just 64 days away. Now, if you want to go with their all-inclusive package of $3,990, they will get you a match ticket to watch the game at the World Cup, facilitate your visa for you, put you on a return charter flight, and of course in a world-class hotel accommodation. But if you have got your visa but only need help with purchasing your match tickets, the return charter flights, or the top class hotel accommodation, or if you've got your match tickets and your visa but you need to be on that Litina flight and hotel accommodation as well, you simply contact Litina and they will figure out something for you. So call them on 0244 260 789 0244 260 789 or walk into the office at Alisa Hotel Northridge and do business with Litina Travels. Now, on Monday, April 13, the Multimedia Group will launch its 2026 World Cup products. Joy Sports editor Fentio Tahiru Fentio has details of the Joy Sports shows to expect.
At Joy Sports, our World Cup coverage is centered around the theme Destination 2026, which is to help give you a guided tour to the World Cup this summer. And as a result, we've curated a number of shows to help give you a very good outlook for what should be the biggest FIFA World Cup yet. Now we have Destination 2026. It's a 1-hour show on television. It airs on Joy Prime at 4 p.m. on Fridays. You can find repeat of that at 6 p.m. on Joy News as well, hosted by Muftar Nabila Abdullahi, Musbah Razak. We have a show on radio as well of the same name, Destination 2026. That is a 30-minute packed magazine show bringing you insights and all the news around the World Cup. That's on Joy FM on Thursdays at 8 p.m. That is hosted and presented by Victor Achutamaklo. And then you have Daniel Cranton, who gives you the Joy Sports World Cup Minute. It's a daily revolving 1-minute pre-packed with all the essential elements of daily news regarding the FIFA World Cup. All of that on Joy FM for you. And across all our digital platforms, you have Destination 2026 themed, specially curated content just for you.
And so you heard that, and make sure you tune in tomorrow at 8 p.m. on Joy 99.7 FM, and then on Fridays on the Joy Prime at 4 p.m. and then later at 6 p.m. on the Joy News channel. And every day on Global Sports, Daniel Cranty will bring you the World Cup minutes and across our other bulletins as well. Moving on, Ghana's under-15 girls national team are through to semis of the CAF Schools Football Championship despite a 1-0 defeat to Burkina Faso in their final group game. They'll face Zambia tomorrow as they continue their title defense of that competition. Meanwhile, the Black Starlets will discover their 2026 under-17 AFCON group opponents today after the draw in Cairo. The competition, which will also serve as a qualifier to the Under-17 World Cup, will run from April 25 to the 15th of May this year. Ghana is making a return to the tournament after a 9-year absence. Here's the assistant coach, Nana Ajiman.
There is that camaraderie between us, there is that love and brotherhood among us, and when we go to the field, it's the same. Whether it's training, matches, we all respond to the same language. It's really, really huge for us as a technical team, not only to just go and participate, but to win the AFCON. We have told ourselves that we want to go out there and win. Anything aside winning, we just beat ourselves up a bit because we know that we have what it takes as a technical team, and the boys that we put together have what it takes to win the AFCON.
Elsewhere, the Uganda Local Organizing Committee for the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations has confirmed the tournament will be held from 19th June to the 18th of July 2027. The competition will be jointly hosted by Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. The dates were announced during a local organizing committee meeting in Kampala yesterday. Still in matters relating to CAF, President Patrice Motsepe has arrived in Senegal to meet with government and football officials as he moves to curb tensions after the West African country was stripped of the AFCON 2025 title. Senegal have since launched an appeal at the Court of Arbitration for Sports as they seek to overturn CAF's decision that handed the title to Morocco. But even before CAF has made its ruling, Motsepe has flown down to Dakar to hold meetings with critical figures to help contain the situation. Fenty Tahiri has more details.
This is a big move for the CAF president, who is trying to take matters into his own hands and use diplomatic means to try and solve what is an impossible situation. We know the tensions that have gripped the Confederation of African Football over the last few weeks has been palpable. It's threatened to cause division within CAF. Some EXCO members taking sides, some for Senegal, others for Morocco. We know the General Secretary of CAF has also resigned in the aftermath of this whole incident. And so he's in Dakar to try and calm tempers. So he has a meeting with the head of state, Diomaye Faye, and also the Senegalese Football Federation President Abdoulaye Faure. What he's trying to do is to keep the Confederation of African Football united in a situation where it's increasingly looking more and more divided as a result of that very controversial ruling that stripped Senegal of the title.
That's Fentio Tahiri Fentio on the beats from CAF. Next, Ghana Premier League. And Kumasi Asante Kotoko's title hopes have taken a massive hit following a 2-0 defeat to Samatex at the Babara Sports Stadium yesterday. It was a Week 28 fixture, and the second half of that game was rained off on Monday, and so it had to be played yesterday at 9 a.m. After the defeat, Kotoko are now 4th with 43 points, 8 behind league leaders Bibiani Gold Stars. Prince Osu is their head coach.
All of you saw it was so obvious. I felt so bad after the game, and it started from yesterday. The way we wanted to play the game yesterday, it didn't go the way we wanted it. So I could see it coming, but we tried to prevent it. We couldn't do that.
You said you could see it happen. What went wrong?
Yeah, boys were not playing to the system that we wanted to play.
Now, would you say that the league is far off?
It looks like, but I don't know. It's football, but right now, if I look at the points and what we have, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, Prince also speaking there and admitting Kotoko are in his sticky wickets. Next, it's full speed ahead to Europe, and Bayern Munich took control of their Champions League quarter-final on Tuesday with a 2-1 victory over Real Madrid at the Santiago Bernabeu and an Islander first leg advantage after a high-tempo contest in the Spanish capital. Bayern boss Winston Company says the tie is not over.
I mean, it's a good result. It feels like half-time, so we have time to recover our energy, focus, and in the right moment, I hope that when we play at home with the help of our fans, we'll put in a good performance to go to the next round. Yeah, I think you have to have these moments if you want to go to win the big competitions, and I think Real Madrid is maybe the best team to know this, right? You have to have special performance from players, and Manu was one of those players today, but we'll need more. We'll need more next week.
Meanwhile, Real Madrid defender Antonio Rudiger is optimistic about their chances in Germany next week. Elsewhere,
we had nothing to lose anymore after the 2-0, and I think to come out into the second half and directly concede a goal like this, a very cheap goal, to be very honest. It takes you back, and fans start whistling, and but then from that moment on we had nothing to lose. So but this mentality we need from the get-go. No, definitely we have a chance. It won't be easy, it won't come, they won't give it to us on a silver plate, but we will go for it.
That was Antonio Rudiger, the Real Madrid and German centre-back, speaking after the game. Arsenal, meanwhile, substitute Kai Havertz scored a stoppage-time goal to snatch a 1-0 win at Sporting in the first leg of their Champions League quarter-final on Tuesday night. The Germany forward was found unmarked inside the box by Gabriel Martinelli before calmly slotting the ball past goalkeeper Rui Silva to settle a tactical encounter. Tonight, FC Barcelona will host Atletico Madrid in the first leg of their quarter-final 3 days after beating them in La Liga. But Barca boss is expecting a different outcome.
I think it's all different. Not only different, but it's different because Champions League is the best competition in the world, and everyone wants to give his best, show how good he is, and it's from players like Barca, but also from Atleti. So this is why I see this. We play against a tough opponent. They have fantastic players, but also we are able to reach the next stage, and this is what we want.
PSG also hosts Liverpool in the other quarter-final game. All games kick off at 7 p.m. Tonight. Remember, there's live commentary on Hits 103.9 FM. Daniel Kranti will bring you the commentary on the Barcelona Atletico Madrid game. Before I go, let me say happy birthday to a former colleague, Albert Diewu. He is now the general manager at Shalom FM in Brekum. Great guy, and we do ask for God's blessings on your big day.
Thank you very much, Victor Atru Tamaklo. So yesterday you said that if Harry Kane plays, if he played, trouble for Real Madrid. He played.
Yes, and he scored. And there was trouble for Real Madrid.
How can you sack Xabi Alonso and go and bring
Arbeloa? They say he knows what he's doing, so we like what he's doing.
You like Madrid's downfall.
I love it. But yesterday, the referee was cheating for them. You see that last minute penalty on Michael Oli said that the referee decided not to give. Classic penalty. If it happens anywhere else on the pitch, it's a foul. But because it's in the box, Michael Oliver somehow thinks it's not a foul. That game should have ended 4-1 or some 5-1 to Yeah.
Charlie, but this guy's done very well.
Vincent Kompany. Yeah, he's proved the doubters wrong. Because look, there is a significant shift from the company we saw at Burnley and what we're seeing at Bayern Munich. Well, even his first Bayern Munich season was not as good as this one.
Well, I think that what you saw at Burnley is what he's perfected at Bayern Munich.
Well, there's that.
Because, at Burnley, he tried to play this way. He just didn't have the materials.
Yeah.
So, he's a good coach.
But, people in England still haven't forgiven him because they said he improved his own ideas to the detriment of the team. Because there are many who believe that a more pragmatic approach would perhaps have suited the players and then maybe giving them a chance of surviving relegation or that relegation scare. But he persisted with his style. It got the club relegated, but he also got him suitors who looked beyond the result and focused on the ideas or the principles that he was.
Maybe he could be the next Man City coach. Who knows?
Of course, especially if he wins the Champions League this season. But I don't expect that he'll move to Bayern or Man City anywhere within the next year. No, the earliest that can happen is 2028 because of his contract at Bayern Munich.
They can buy him out.
Bayern is not the club that you bully. Nobody bullies them. They only let go of players that they don't want to keep. Even for managers, it is the same. Look, you can count the number of times Bayern have lost their assets to other clubs in Europe. There are not many.
Actually, let me find this out from you. The Black Stars, we're told that we're speaking to Portuguese coaches, and the Portuguese coaches include Carlos Queiroz, Bento, and who?
Fernando Santos. It's curious because that report or those names have come out even before the Executive Council meeting tomorrow. Right. But of course, when you look at some of the people reporting that, you have got to respect that, like I said earlier, we are not able to independently verify those claims. But it communicates a very strong position on the GFA, if it is true, about what they are looking to do, which is a short-term engagement. Yeah. But a short-term engagement, and also candidates that do not come with the complications of or complexities of being already engaged in long-term deals with other clubs or countries. So if you look at Fernando Santos, similar scenario. Carlos Queiroz is out of his job. Paulo Bento, similar situation. All of those are coaches who you would not have to pay millions of dollars in compensation to get them out of their existing contracts because they are not even employed as we speak.
Okay.
And so that was, for me, the main thing I got from those reports, that if that's the direction the GFA is moving in, they perhaps are not looking to pay a compensation which would be reasonable, especially if you consider the fact that if you are going for a short-term appointment, you will have to find a very good compensation package for whoever you settle on long term.
Hold on 1 minute for me. I need to go for the business minute, and we'll come back and talk about this. Brought to us by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Good morning and welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Ananta Electricals, the generator expert. The Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies ABA are fully committed to plans by government to review some taxes on petroleum products, a move they say could go a long way to bring relief to consumers. Chief Executive of the Ghana Association of Banks, Joniwa, has revealed that the much talked about single-digit interest rate could be achieved even before the end of this year. A mining firm, engineers and planners is targeting to invest more than $1 billion as fresh capital Damang Mines in the western region. It has also promised that no worker at the mine will be laid off post-takeover. And that's all for the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Ananta Electricals, the generator experts.
Right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us. And let me tell you about Anointed Engineering Services Limited now. They are into the sale of ultra silent, fuel efficient diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at competitive prices. And for every generator you acquire, you'll enjoy a 5-year warranty. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. The services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental service, professional advice, and sale of tire lights and rental. Locate their East Legon branch at 26 Boundary Road, Legon, close to AH Hotel, and head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They also have 21 branches nationwide. They are into skill training. They have a training school that trains students in generators and plants, auto mechanics, electricals, and controls, as well as solar installations. They offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. So call them on 0243 480 334 or 0246 423534. Anointed, the generator experts. And let's hear from you this morning here on the Super Morning Show. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, number 10 liver salt, a refreshing relief, and Provident Insurance. With Provident, man, you're covered.
Charlie, have you been following EcoBank on social media?
What's happening?
I think last week or early this week, they presented 100 laptops to the University of Ghana, making it about 300 laptops they've donated to the University of Ghana. Charlie, EcoBank, they are trying. And the EcoBank mobile app is also giving us the power to command our money to transact across 33 African countries and anywhere in the world. You can command your money to make water, electricity, and school fees payments, bank and mobile money transfers, create virtual cards to buy only what you need, and so much more. So, Money Commander, download the EcoBank mobile app now on the App Store or Play Store and command your money. Command also means paying attention to details, and EcoBank will never call or send an SMS asking for your PIN, your OTP, your bank card, or your Ghana card details. So when in doubt, call the EcoBank call center on 0800 003 225. EcoBank is a Pan-African bank.
Great. And Kojo, look, earlier this morning, we've been talking about the water situation in Ibri Girls. Yeah. We're going to get an update on that because something that we have to deal with. But we'll get into big stories shortly, brought to us by Telecel, Connecting Energies. Republic Bank were the one for you. Join the Republic Verse, do more, shine more, big up. And Hollard Insurance, we've got you covered, as well as Cowbell Coffee with you every moment. Our focus this morning is on the conflict in the Middle East and what the ceasefire means to us here in Ghana, and also the planned cabinet meeting. Also, we're talking about the mining lease granted to engineers and planners. But I think we can get onto the phone lines now. Okay, we have the Minister of Education and Tamale South MP, Haruna Idrisu, joining us this morning. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us. Okay, so would work the lines and get the Honorable Haruna Idrisu shortly.
And whilst you do that, let me remind you that your money deserves the safest home, and with Telecel Cash, you are protected every step of the way. No risks, no worries, no long stories, just peace of mind. Dial *110# or download the Telecel Play app now for safe, secure transactions. Telecel Cash, the safer choice. Sende Keke.
But if you're looking for a motor insurance that goes the extra mile, then Hollard Insurance has something special for you this 2026, and you wouldn't want to miss out. Insure your car with Hollard and enjoy extra rewards. New customers get to drive away with free fuel vouchers when they sign up. Existing customers get exclusive gifts when they renew, plus 24/7 free roadside assistance for everyone, so you're never stuck on the road. That's value you can trust. Call 0800 444 999. Visit any Hollard office or speak to your broker today. Men Slack. Visit Hollard. Hollard Insurance, we've got you covered.
And what if your bank helped you big up? Welcome to the Republic Verse, where your money, your business, and your dreams level up. You can own your dream home with Republic Bank mortgages. You can grow faster with SME and corporate banking solutions. You can run your daily finances smoothly with retail and commercial banking products, and build wealth with investments and trust management, and pay anywhere, anytime with Republic Visa credit or debit cards. Whether you are starting out, scaling up, or stepping into what's next, Republic Verse gives you the power to do more and shine brighter. So call Republic Bank toll free on 0800 414 414. That's 0800 414 414. WhatsApp 0546 414 414 right now and step into the Republic Verse. This is the Republic Verse. Do more, shine more, big up. Republic Bank, we are the one for you.
Great. And Kojo very soon will be talking about the situation at Ibri Girls, because look, we've talked about it this morning as part of the news review, the fact that they have a water challenge that is really affecting them. But stay with us. When we return after these messages, we'll be joined by the Minister of Education, Haruna Idrisu. We'll be right back after these.
To connect, and it's all to put smiles on the faces of those you love.
Daddy, thanks for the tea cash, okay? I love you.
That's my daughter Angela.
Meba Kojo, I mean sure why? Tea cash naba. No papa ina dawase.
Caring for my parents, that's my duty. I also get to pay my utility bills easily with Telecel Cash, and to the suppliers at my shop.
Hello sir, Telecel Cash payment received right on time. Thank you.
I get to make them smile because I can pay to my suppliers' merchant numbers, even on other networks directly. My dear ones, we keep the connection stronger when our family, friends, and business relations are happy. On Cash, enjoy convenience and make those who matter smile when you send them money with Telecel Cash.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mr. Kojo, 1 minute before you go to work. The AC you said you want to fix, it won't work.
Why?
Because the electrician will come and chisel my wall. It will make my building weak. Wait, is that a puppy? No animals in my house, oh.
Kojo knows all the challenges about renting. That was his reality until he discovered Republic Bank. With Republic Bank's flexible mortgage solutions, you can move from tenant to homeowner quickly. Imagine stepping into your own home, a place for your family to grow and create memories. Big up. Join the Republic Verse. Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Big days and the seemingly ordinary creamy cowbell coffee is with you every moment.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kuma has always dreamt of commanding his own military forces.
Attention! Eyes right, stand at ease.
Because that dream is still a vision in progress, he spends his time commanding his money with the EcoBank mobile app.
Operation Supplier Payment. Dispatch 1,000 units of currency from Accra to Benin. Move! Move!
Sometimes he wants a little extra control so that he can buy only what he needs.
Command Center mobile app. Activate virtual card protocol and initiate payments for sneakers and t-shirts. Abort mission for leather coat payment.
Even when the general is fast asleep, his standing order marches out to sort his bills. With the EcoBank mobile app, you can command your money to make safe transactions in Ghana and across 33 African countries. Download the EcoBank mobile app on the Play or App Store today.
By the left, about turn.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. EcoBank will never call or send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me. Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat?
I don't know. Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
Do you want to remain productive and competitive in your business? Then I am happy to remind you that Anointed Engineering Services Limited is still here to serve. We provide homes, offices, and institutions with ultra-silent, reliable, and fuel-efficient diesel generating sets. With sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at unbeatable prices, you also enjoy a 5-year warranty. Anointed Engineering is noted for unwavering 24-hour after-sale emergency service, rental and sale of tile lights and genuine spare parts, undertake repair and maintenance of all diesel generators, and buy back used generators. Sign up today at our training school and gain hands-on experience from our team of professionals on generators, plants, auto mechanics, electricals, controls, and solar installations. Anointed Engineering has 21 branches nationwide. Locate us at East Legon, 26 Boundary Road, close to the AH Hotel. Call us on 024-642-3534 or 024-348-0334. Locate our head office in Accra at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
Imagine giving birth without clean water. No water to wash hands, no sanitation, no hygiene. Yet, this is the reality for thousands of mothers every day. When healthcare facilities lack clean water, mothers and newborns face life-threatening infections. But this crisis has a solution. Clean water, decent toilets, good hygiene in every healthcare facility. Leaders have made promises. Now is the time to keep them. It's time to deliver clean water for every woman, every baby, every future. Follow WaterAid Ghana on social media. Raise your voice. It is time to deliver.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
So welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And this morning in the news center, we told you about, a deepening sanitation crisis at Ebri Girls Senior High School, because toilets, we're told, are locked at Ebri Girls SHS, with students risking their health. Well, fortunately for us, we've been joined by the Education Minister, Member of Parliament for Tamale South, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Good morning, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and thank you very much for joining us.
Winston, thank you very much. And bless you and your audience for the opportunity. My attention has just been drawn to the developments at Ebri Girls Senior High School, which is of concern to government and the GES. We will work to remedy it as soon as possible. The school itself, management of the school itself have taken some measures. There were two of those toilet facilities. One have been fixed, one is in the process of being repaired, and the repair work will be completed by the weekend.
Okay.
But it's largely exaggerated, if I'm permitted to say so. I've spoken to the headmistress, Obobia Atakura, and the situation is under control. What we are seeking to do as government, I have said that it's been a challenge for past ministers of education, Director General of GES. Nobody has a budget for contingency. So myself and the Honorable Minister for Finance, Atu Forson, agreed that we dedicate 2% of the Get Fund formula to respond to such national emergencies, like if there is a storm, a fire break, girls' dormitory burned, storm taking off the roof of the school. So we would make some request to the GET Fund for the release of that money, and then we'll channel it to the GES to deal appropriately with the problem in the brick girls. But I can say that is largely exaggerated. The situation is not as bad.
You say it's largely exaggerated. Now, I'm looking at the story here that talks about the fact that students have been forced to adopt extreme coping mechanisms, which include fasting sometimes for prolonged periods simply to avoid the need to use the toilet. You say there's a problem. You say there's a problem that is being fixed.
I've spoken to the headmistress. We will work to remedy it. And as I'm speaking to you, we have just given a brick girls, Holy Child, St. Xavier, the Assisi and Pana, some new ICT facilities for girls, which has toilet facilities in it. But that's just about projects which is yet to take off. And I'm saying that my attention has been drawn to it. The Director General of GES and his management will move to remedy the situation. Winston.
And so by end of this week, you say everything will be sorted.
By end of this week, the temporary crisis will be resolved. But there is a larger crisis across the country. Education infrastructure is in dire state, very poor state, and we have to work to fix it. I have presented a cabinet paper on the situation for the attention of the president. We need to do more. You can just reference even the building that collapsed recently around Kokomlemle New Town. Our basic secondary education infrastructure is not in the best of shapes.
Okay.
We'll do our best, Winston.
Great. But, this situation that we're talking about, while you say, the problem part solved, the full solution will be end of this week. Some would also, and I'm just looking at the situation, and I understand it's a water problem. Can this be addressed immediately to help these young girls?
Yes, it will be addressed immediately as you suggested. I would get the Director General of the GS and management to move in, and then we mobilize resources to see how we support the institution to fix it.
Okay.
Legitimately, parents are concerned, students are concerned. It can affect and impact negatively on their academic life and work, and we are mindful of that, Winston.
Great. Now, someone's just sent me a message that says that please tell the minister that some SHS are charging fees for GES-approved online classes, which was meant to be a top-up to complete the first term. It's supposed to be free, but authorities are charging 609 Ghana cedis in the name of PTA.
Those are unlawful charges. The Director General of GS will investigate it, and appropriate sanctions will be applied accordingly. I've just requested the Director General of GS to join me in the office. I arrived a moment ago, so he will be here. Thank you, Winston.
So we should take it that this is something that will be dealt with immediately.
The tablets are being distributed around the country. I've asked the GS and the internal audit to do an audit. What has been sent to which school, how much, how is this being utilized, which category of students are unable to access it, and then we've asked the vendor to increase as we make some commitment of payment to get the releases of those that are to be installed.
And talking about the tablets, because there's complaints that the tablets have also not been given to the children for these online classes, which would mean that you'd have to get your own tablet, phone, or computer for your ward.
It is not. It may just be an isolated case. I'm aware that it's been distributed widely across the country. I spoke to the president of CHAS, and he said that they were in receipt of it. I even asked him to update me on the quantities that have been received.
Okay, great. But finally, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, last week when we spoke to you, you were talking about, Form 2 students or pupils sitting for BEC, and the fact that that's something that would have to stop. But the concern has been the monitoring and implementation of that directive. This is something that happens. How are you ensuring
thank you very much. I'm setting up a technical committee to to monitor that this year. So it will not just be one individual or just two persons. There will be a technical committee. Child will have representation, parents will have representation to track and monitor. But we are still dealing with the symptoms of a national problem. Infrastructure across the country did not match the introduction of the pre-senior high school. We witnessed exponential increase in the numbers over the period in the last decade. Yet, for many of those schools, not a single classroom or dormitory was built. If you had a population of 1,400, now 3,500, what do you expect? There will be congestion, there will be overcrowding. Thankfully, as I mentioned, we've gotten $300 million from the World Bank. Takeoff should be from July for infrastructure so that we can convert a number of categories C to B and then B to A. But we legitimately should also seek to expand infrastructure in the category A school, which is the desire of many parents and students.
Okay, final one. I said finally earlier, but the people within Tamale have asked me to ask you that they have water issues. So, what are you doing to help those challenges?
Winston is one of the prerequisites. If I want to be able to win my seat and win handsomely, I have to support government, and we've mentioned it to President Mahama. There is the initiative of Tamale Damangu Yendi Water. I'm aware that the EU was committing $300 million for it. It's currently receiving the attention of the Honorable Minister of Finance, subject to limitations of borrowing of the IMF constraint. We should get it done. It's a major headache for me and all the leadership from Tamale. We are sleepless because our people cannot access quality drinking water. The facility which was built in Dalong, population have outgrown it, and it needs to be fixed and fixed much more urgently. So we will do our best. In fact, currently you can imagine that I'm desalting 3 dams yesterday to today. It's a shame. I can't even get them pipe drinking water. Even dam water, access to dam water is a challenge for many rural communities in Tamale. Currently, we've done Sonia Parasi, we are at Dungu, and we move to Fushego just to give them access to water. So it's a major constraint that I'm aware of. Government will fix it.
All right, the Honorable Haruna Idisu, thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
So that's Minister of Education, Haruna Idisu Kojo, talking about the situation in Ebri Girls. He says they're going to deal with it. We'll go back, and check.
Let's give ourselves a week.
Well, maybe Friday we'll go back and check.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's give ourselves up to Friday to go and check.
Mm-hmm.
I like that you also asked the question about Tamale water problems, because about 2 or 3 weeks ago we spoke to our correspondent in Tamale, and she explained how over the past 4 or so years she's not seen water flow in her tap, and now people are having to trek 2 hours to go and get water in the Tamale municipal area. Or is it Tamale Metropolis? It's a metropolis now, right?
It's a metropolis, yeah.
So it's a big deal, and he says they are working on it. What I would have wished for us to ask him is, whilst we are waiting for the EU, what are we doing? He mentioned that he's desilting some dams, but I wanted to know the outcomes he was expecting from that desilting. Whether 50% of Tamale will get water or 20% more will get water, and all those things. And it's a big deal for me when we talk about Tamale. So all the MPs in the Tamale area, I think this is the time they need to get together and attempt to deal with this issue. We cannot have our biggest city in the north face water problems, and it's been running for years. We can't. It's not acceptable. It cannot help drive industrialization. Professionals would want to relocate to Tamale to go and work. People who posted them may not want to go because everybody wants the basics, and water is one of those basics. So thank you for asking him that question.
Great. Kojo, today is the birthday of a friend of mine from the University of Cape Coast, Valco Hall. His name is Joshua Yeboah Jaba, but everybody calls him Ras Meow. Ras Meow. So today is Ras Meow's birthday. Why are you laughing?
Where do you people get these things?
Oh, Ras Meow. I see he's typing. Yes, the nickname is Ras Meow. What was your nickname when you were in secondary school and at the university? Was it?
I didn't have a nickname.
X-Ray DJ.
I didn't have a nickname.
Oh, X-Ray DJ.
I didn't have a nickname.
Why you why? Oh, a whole X-Ray DJ. So his nickname was Ras Meow. Somebody's name too was what? QRST. I've got a nickname, QRST. Boys had nicknames. It was fun. It was fun those days. So I don't know. Obete, okay, that's his nickname. Obete.
No, Yao Shata.
Yao Shata. Obete says his nickname is Yao Shata. No wonder he was Shatawale's DJ. Oh, okay. Not a bad one, but hey, let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show. You can join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS, then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. I think he contested Hall Secretary, Ras Meow. I'm going to ask him, Charlie, bro, the Hall Treasurer, you win. I know the first time you contested it was in level 200. That time you lost. But you came back in level 300. You win that thing. Okay, he's going to respond to this one. Because I know he contested as a Hall Treasurer. Okay, it was Financial Secretary. Financial Secretary. So that time, when you are contesting, you drop your teaser. Ras Meow. Oh no, but that was his name.
Story.
What's it? Akwani Dino, no. I've given you his real name and the nickname, Ras Meow. People had names like Sinful, I was saying Sinful, was saying Bad. People had different names. If you were known as X-Ray, that's okay. Somebody was called Yao Shata. Jojo, what was your nickname? See, he says I don't have some Jojo. Anyway, you just heard from the Education Minister. He's promising that he would get the Director General of the Ghana Education Service to immediately deal with the situation at Ebri Girls. I mean, that's... Charlie, look, it's something that we must not experience. So I'm happy that he says they're going to deal with it immediately. And we're just hoping that it is dealt with immediately.
Is it possible to get Ebri Girls some more boreholes if Ghana Water is not getting to them?
Yeah.
Can we go and do the survey and see what volumes of groundwater we can get for Ebri Girls? I'm asking this because you see, I've opened Google Earth, right? And I'm looking at Ebri Girls right now. Ebri Girls is 435 meters above sea level. Okay. My farm on the same mountain range is also about 450 meters above sea level. So my farm is on the same range as Ebri Girls. I've been able to drill boreholes, and at least I have 3 functioning boreholes that give me water all year round. So if Ebri Girls doesn't have enough water, I'm just saying, we're on the same mountain range, the Krapin mountain range. Is it possible to get them some boreholes immediately?
Exactly. That's something that can be done.
Number 2, Ebri Girls, if I should measure the general coverage of their roofs, you'd realize that rainwater collection will be a big deal. Is it possible to immediately figure out how to harvest rainwater like you guys do in Maoli School?
Yeah.
And within the rainy season, Ebri Girls gets quite a lot of water. So is it possible to have rainwater gutters fixed in Ebri Girls, figure out how to turn the side of the mountain and build some huge retaining walls and a large water storage tank for Ebri Girls? Other schools facing similar problems. can we use the common sense approach to fix their issues?
You know, you make a very important point about the harvesting of rainwater, because when I was in Mali school, there were times that you're told that we're going to pump the harvested rainwater, so don't drink. Okay, we're going to pump it. You can use it to bath. Yes, that's okay, but we're just telling you so you do not drink.
Yeah.
And in those days, they pump it, runs through our taps. We can take our bath and we're good to go. So that's something that I'm sure that we could also do as part of a broader solution. But in our case, it was part of the plan when the whole school was being built. So, once we run out of water, we resort to our underground well and we're good to go.
Yeah. So we need to look at all these things and figure out how to make certain things work. In fact, in the valley from Ibri Girls, if you look at the system very well, there's a stream. Maybe I'm thinking so far. Can we even look at the possibility of damming some of these streams, creating retention ponds, fixed pumps, and pump water? Something.
Okay. Well, we'll go back on Friday to find out what's become of that situation. But when we return after these messages, we're going to be talking about the Damang Mines. We'll get into a conversation about that here on the Super Morning Show, which yesterday we're told that the tender committee of the Minerals Commission has handed it over to, recommended that engineers and planners be granted a lease to continue with the mine. And the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources has issued a statement saying, yes, they support that, and that's what they are going to do. But some have raised concerns. Well, when we return, we get into all of these here on the Super Morning Show.
Since inception, almost 100% of Ashesi University students have found jobs, started businesses, or gone on to graduate school within 6 months of graduation. From Accra to Nairobi, London to New York, Ashesi graduates are noticed and are leading successful careers. If you dream of a rewarding life and career, an Ashesi education prepares you just for that. Learn more about applying to Ashesi at ashesi.edu.gh. Remember, admission is ongoing.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kale Charcoal toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth because I don't have cavity thanks to Kale Charcoal toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kale Charcoal toothpaste.
That be why I dey use Kale Charcoal toothpaste morning and night when I dey go bed safe. It dey make my teeth white when it dey comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go up, so I dey show my 32 teeth all.
Introducing the Kale Charcoal toothpaste, formulated with activated bamboo charcoal powder, ensures whiter teeth and removes bad breath. The strong natural property of the activated bamboo charcoal removes bacteria, absorbs surface stains on our teeth caused by coffee, wines, and tobacco. Welcome, Kale Charcoal toothpaste. Kale Charcoal toothpaste, Sankofa Yenchi.
Kale, happy smile.
This advert is FDA approved.
In Ghana, planning ahead is something we grew up with. It's in the small things. Filling your barrels and buckets just in case the taps don't flow tomorrow. Parents buying school shoes 2 or 3 sizes too big so you can grow into them. Or wrapping your books carefully so that they can be passed down to the next child. It's how we've always looked out for the future. Quietly, thoughtfully, every day.
For 20 years, we've understood what Ghanaians have always known. Planning today secures tomorrow. It's the reason we provided life insurance solutions for every aspect of your future. Star Life didn't introduce planning ahead, we only made it better. Why? Because it's who you've always been. Star Life, your solid partner for life.
We are Star Life, your solid partner for life.
Make the right choice for your home. Experience the art of living with smart value deals at Orca. From new arrivals in sofas and dining sets to kitchen accessories and wall art, we offer lasting quality with free delivery, assembly, and expert help. Visit us today on Spintex Road or Asukwa Kumasi. Secure the best value. Think home. Think Orca.
The journey to the World Cup 2026 has begun.
About 200 people have already secured their 2026 World Cup experience with Adansi Travels. Visa appointments are being secured. Match ticket processes are underway. The question is simple. Will you be watching from your living room or inside the stadium? From one match to 2 to 3 unforgettable moments. Here is your moment to be part of history. Because when the world gathers in USA and Canada, you don't want to say, I almost went. Call Adansi Travels now on 059 550 0817 or 053 100 8550. Joy is here. Choose yours now.
The big Easter sales is happening now at CompuGhana, and it's bigger and better. From now till 12 April, shop any product from well-top brands like Samsung, LG, TCL, HP, Lenovo, Tecno, Infinix, Itel, Huawei, and many more, and enjoy up to 40% off. This Easter, CompuGhana is giving you more than big discounts. Shop any products worth 1,000 Ghana cedis and above, and instantly enter the Easter reward raffle draw to win amazing prizes like a 98-inch smart TV, laptop, mobile phones, and other prices. Enjoy massive savings on TVs, smartphones, laptops, and home appliances across all CompuGhana branches nationwide. Visit any CompuGhana showroom today or shop online at www.compughana.com. Experience this Easter season the CompuGhana way. Call us on 0302-752020 or WhatsApp 0243-143-143 for inquiries. This promo is in partnership with NLA under the Caritas platform.
Morning show.
Fly, won't fly. This girl gonna make you fly. So beautiful like butterfly. That's my body, Mr. Sly. Yes, I know they lie. Me no want sweetie pie. Pie, pie. Oh lady, bottom power, won't want so me my bye. Bye, bye. So far, so good. Excellent, succulent, elegant, romantic, bombastic, fantastic. When you need you know what your chopstick. But the way that I am what well. Caesar. Shorty from Guyana, so pretty like Diana. Now more pretty say Paya, a memo Cinderella. Wahuna Befanola, Obo, CP Sita, Shinanentu, Nabasa, Nenkomo, Nekasa. No be in a back shop, say what Bayo Yeshu Perua, Chiki Yeshu Peru, what Bayo Yeshu Perua, Minyana Altaso, Ehona Yedinse, Minyagra. Unya dia to cha cha.
Right, that's Mr. Caesar with Araba Lawson. So, George Abuaju, you say he should release Mr. Caesar, Ghana's best English rapper. Anyway, look, folks, let's get back onto the phone lines because, you know, I woke up this morning excited that crude oil prices had reduced to $93 per barrel. I don't know about you, but let me find out from the CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, Godwin Eduji Tamaklo, what he makes of that. But also, now that we as a country have plans of meeting to take a decision, how does this even affect, the ceasefire? How does that affect how our decision-making process may go? Godwin Eduji Tamaklo, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Winston, good morning, and good morning to your colleagues in the studio and your discerning listeners.
Great, and I am sure, like many of us, you've been monitoring the happenings in Iran and global crude oil prices. How did it feel this morning when you realized that it was below $100 per barrel?
I can say that in the past few weeks, I think I've prayed for the leaders of Iran, US, and Israel, I think even more than I've done for my good self.
Oh, really?
Yes. That should tell you the fact and what we were always anticipating. And so as early as yesterday, because Donald Trump had advertised that at 8 p.m. he was going to make an announcement, that's American time, I had to stay to just monitor events, And once I picked the signal that it was going to be 2 weeks, I knew that a lot more would happen. And let me say, I'm personally, this is one of the things that you need to handle with cautious optimism. It's a 2 weeks ceasefire, a ceasefire that comes with conditions. And so you want to treat it with a lot of optimism, but with caution, So basically, that's what I can say.
Okay. Now, that cautious optimism that you talk about will lead us to a conversation about our own, actions as a people. At the Kwewu Business Forum, the president talked about how they're going to go into a cabinet meeting. Yes, I know you're not a cabinet minister, but certainly around this time, as CEO of NPA, you'll be briefing your minister on happenings and what could be done. What are some of the options available ahead of this cabinet meeting? What are some of the things you are preparing to do?
Okay, so like you rightly pointed out, I do not have the privilege of being in cabinet. Usually when cabinet is in session and they need some views or expertise from anybody, cabinet has the power to summon that person. No such invitation has come. Yes, it's true. There have been some conversations at the ministerial level, that's minister and agencies under him. At this moment, I'll keep some of the matters a bit under wrap. I wouldn't want to take the wind out of the sail. What I do know that, yes, cabinet will be meeting, most likely that tomorrow or Friday, and looking at the dynamics, I strongly believe that His Excellency the President, if a decision is taken on any of the matters, would announce it to the good people of this country. That I'm certain about, yes.
Now, what are some of the measures that you can, tell us? I mean, without, you've indicated there's some of them that you cannot tell us, but what are the ones that you can tell us?
No, there are several options on the table. It may even well happen that the ceasefire announced yesterday may have a great impact on some of the scenarios. So there are a lot of options on the table. And like I pointed out, depending on the decisions, each one of them will be backed by one, two, or the other factual matrices. So at this point, I want to leave those ones open to the president.
Okay. While you leave those ones open to the president, what's happened to our reserves? Do we still have the 6 weeks?
In fact, we have even increased it to 7 weeks. And just on last week Thursday, we had a Lakan Advisory Committee meeting, and we have scheduled vessels from now to the 19th of April. that's even beyond what we have currently.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Winston, let me say this. Currently in Kenya, my counterpart in Kenya has resigned.
Okay.
My counterpart in Kenya has resigned. And not only that, he is under detention. Kenya roughly has about 16 days of cover. We have 7 weeks. Currently at Anchorage, there are vessels. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And so we try to manage the scenario like we have it today.
Okay.
Look, countries like India, Philippines, and many of them are going. In fact, Philippines has declared a national emergency on fuel. There are some places that they are doing rationing, but we have been able to keep things under control in the midst of the uncertainty, Winston. Like I told you, you can easily check the scenario in Kenya, where my counterpart had resigned and he had been arrested relative to how they have managed the situations there. Thankfully, with the great support from my sector minister, the Honorable John Abdullahi Jinapo, with my great directors in the authority, we've kept things, particularly supply reliability, under firm control. Winston.
Great. So as we get ready for the second pricing window, and there's a question that people have sent to me, what is it likely to be?
We usually do averages. Hello?
I'm listening, yeah.
They are averages. So they're pricing averages. If crude prices had moved, because you see, the flip side of this conversation is that there are vessels with products. The only thing is that they can't move. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So now, even for traders, their biggest fear now is that immediately the strait is opened, right? And they start moving. There's a high possibility of a glut. And that glut can also lead to the position where those who traded at higher price may come at a great loss. So you can have a situation where immediately the Strait of Hormuz is opened for movement and others to everyone, prices may just come falling very so low that if you had bet on a higher price, you stand the risk of losing so much. And so now the market is, anything can happen, including prices falling so low to the pre-war area where price was about $695 per metric ton for diesel. But again, like I said, we are treating everything with cautious optimism, Winston.
Okay. And as we treat it with cautious optimism, the likelihood is that next week during the second pricing window, we may see a reduction or maintenance of the current price.
Are you a believer?
Tell me more about it.
All things are possible.
Aduji Tamaklo, thank you very much for joining us. That's the CEO of the National Petroleum Authority. Kojo, are you a believer?
Always a believer.
Okay.
Always. I'm always a believer.
Okay. So that's a possibility.
Yeah.
I'm also a believer, but I'm a realist also.
Charlie Media, I'm just waiting for diesel prices to drop. Because at the moment, as a person, diesel is one of the most important commodities I need. And if the prices don't drop, and in fact, not as a person, as a country, for transportation, diesel, it's buses, trucks, and trotros, diesel. For agric, diesel. Manufacturing sector, diesel. So as the diesel price keeps increasing, all that cost will be transferred onto the consumer. So I'm really praying diesel prices drop. At least Europe should get their gas. Other places that need gas should get their gas, so that the demand for diesel will drop, so that prices will drop. You know, at a point, diesel and petrol prices were almost at par. Now, Charlie, diesel and my petrol gap 2 Ghana cities.
Well, you know, the whole concept of diesel. In fact, when we at a point where even diesel was cheaper than petrol in this country, because you know a lot of these commercial vehicles use diesel, because the industrial plants and everything use diesel. The feeling was that okay, diesel should be cheaper, and once it's cheaper, it would help boost production in the economy. Unfortunately, today diesel is over 17 cedis per litre.
If you go to some places, 18 cedis.
That's too much.
Yeah. 18 cedis. Charlie, 18 Ghana cedis per litre.
Well, let's get back onto the phone lines. The Executive Director of the Africa Center for Energy Policy, Ben Boateng, has joined us. Ben, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Yes, we're doing very well. So let's get into it. We know that Cabinet meets tomorrow, and on the agenda would definitely be the Middle East conflict. And the Middle East conflict, as we talk about it, is because of the important role that part of the world plays in crude oil, and how Iran, for instance, shut down the Strait of Hormuz, leading to shortages of fuel in other parts of the country, of the world. What should be our posturing? What should we be doing, even as we monitor the 2-week ceasefire?
Yeah, I think there is a limit to what we can do at all times on these international dynamics. Even if you have, say, 3 months, 2 months buffer, it can only last for that period. And if the prices do not come down as they were, then it becomes difficult for you to even insulate yourself for the long haul. And as we always indicate, what the government will always have control over is how people move from one point to the other. And we need to deliberately invest in that infrastructure for us to be able to insulate the economy to a greater extent from some of these international dynamics. Because in Ghana, everything goes by road. It's difficult to isolate the impact of these international dynamics. Everybody necessarily needs a car. The tractor is not reliable. The government mass transit, you can predict its arrival. So those are fundamental things we need to fix and be able to control the impact of these international events on our country. Otherwise, we always keep hoping that somebody stops fighting, somebody stops threatening for us to be able to keep the pump price low, which is not a good approach to deal with the situation.
Talking about movements, Ben, and I'm getting some feedback. I don't know if you're close to your radio, but if you could move away from it a little bit for us. But talking about movement, yes, we know in other jurisdictions working days reduced from 5 to 4. We don't have a good public transport system, so that's something that may hurt us. How about those who have advised government that could be the time to consider the removal or reduction in certain taxes?
Yes, so, like the other jurisdictions you talked about, what they do is that they tax petroleum products to raise money to be able to build these infrastructure. The roads, the highways, the rail lines, the trams, and the rest of it. So there's that flexibility. Because they are development oriented, there's always flexibility to tweak. And that's why you see Germany, other countries immediately cutting back on some of the taxes, reducing them to lessen the burden on the consumers and the rest of it. But in our context, the taxes that we impose on petroleum products, they are locked into our past inefficiencies and sins. So if you take the breakdown of the levies that are on petroleum products, much of it is actually going to pay for electricity bill or people's consumption, power that people have consumed and failed to pay. The inefficiencies that are generated by official complicity and ineffectiveness are passed on to petroleum products, and we are taxing to address those issues for over a decade. That's what we've been doing. So the billions that we have raised in the sector that could have done all the roles, if you like, because we've taxed more than 20 billion cedis of petroleum products for the energy sector alone. Right? And that is significant resources that could have built the highways to, lessen the burden of consumers, because in most cases you are just stagnant in traffic and consuming petrol and diesel when you could move if we had the highways. So that's what we've been doing, and we keep saying that we need to optimize those spaces so that taxes that are on petroleum products helps develop the country in a way that insulates us. Otherwise, we will be talking about these things periodically, because you can't predict who is going to initiate the next war or the next event that actually will implicate petroleum and diesel prices. And then also, of course, if you look at other margins that are on petroleum products, like UPPF, floor marking, bust margin, those are not optimized. There are no economic numbers on how they apply those numbers to the consumer. So we are arbitrarily taxing and creating margins on petroleum products just to feed the politics and not to optimize, the interest of the public. And those are things we need to really aggressively look at, so that the finance ministry can create enough resources that helps develop the country to serve the people.
And so is it your understanding that when it comes to, say, the bust margin or the bust levy, when it comes to the UPPF, these are things that we should probably consider scrapping?
We should consider looking at them aggressively, and we've said consistently, it costs more to transport a product in country than to bring it from Europe. That is not scientific. It cannot be justified. All right? So if you are taxing that margin, and I call it black tax, where you are just arbitrarily increasing transportation fees without any economic justification for it, who benefits from it? How much should it realistically cost for a truck to move from Tema to Accra, or from Kumasi to wherever, from all the depots to wherever they are served? If you look at the petroleum consumption, significant, almost 80% are consumed close to the depots. So the 20% that is outside the depots, are they the ones that we are paying almost a cedi per liter to transport?
Okay.
So we need to optimize those spaces and ask critical questions why we are paying that much money to move products across the country. And if we're able to, if we check out other countries are taxing around 20-25%, even some are doing 40% on petroleum products to be able to raise money for development. In Ghana, if you check the taxes that goes to government directly, Ministry of Finance, that is about 12-13% of the petroleum price. Yet, if you add all the margins, we are in excess of 25%. So what that means is that we are not optimizing that space to raise money for development. We're actually paying money into some of these unscientific approach of pricing margins to give money out to private interests and also some of the state agencies that consistently have proven to be inefficient in the way they run their business. I mean, I'll talk about BOS, for example. BOS is using state assets. We have bought all the tanks, the pipelines, the state has invested for them. All right? And yet we pay a margin for them to maintain them and compete the private sector that have built their own tanks, built their own infrastructure. They are not getting a levy, and they are more optimal and more efficient than the ones that we are paying margin to compete them. Right? And these are things we really have to be honest about and confront them so that we're able to raise money. And if it is just tax, for example, if the margins that the levies that we are paying for energy sector debt were not aligned to debt payment, we can easily ask Minister of Finance to suspend them in these difficult times so that there will be some relief for the consumer. But once you suspend them, They're not talking about a gas bill of $17 million from the 1 cedi levy, and then also other debts that are being paid from the same levies. How do we pay that? That will also be another debt filing somewhere for the same public to actually absorb. So it's a big conversation we need to have beyond some of these recurrent issues of geopolitics and other things, so that we optimize that space, have flexibility around taxation, and that helps us to meet the people help when the unexpected happens.
Great. How about the 1 cedi levy per liter that was implemented last year?
Yeah, I mean, those are choices that the economic managers will have to look at. And like I indicated, that 1 cedi is aligned to debt payment. It's aligned to paying for gas that ordinarily should be paid for by the power sector, because the gas is priced into the electricity that we consume. But because ECG cannot collect enough money or cannot sell all the power that is given to them, or if you like, people steal the power and they are not accounted for, the gas cannot be paid through the tariff. And therefore, Ministry of Finance has to pick it up. And those levies are being used to pay for those inefficiencies in the power sector. All right. So if you take that 1 cedi out now, then there has to be some fiscal space created somewhere else. Whether you suspend the road construction, or you suspend building of schools, or even salaries, to be able to absorb the other commitments in other spaces. So those are choices that we have to make, whether we have to pile our debt at this point or keep paying for the debt, because certainly there will be some debt created for the same consumer to pay in other ways.
Great. Before you go, there's a quick question that one of our listeners would want me to ask you. Your take on the granting of a mining lease to engineers and planners.
The government position was to award the lease to a Ghanaian company to actually mine it. We're following it from last year. We had problems with the processes that were used from the beginning, where the company was threatening to sue, and we reviewed the agreement, the original agreement, and thought that the approach the government was using at the time to take over the mine was really going to be difficult for government to win if they had to go to court. Somehow they found ways to settle it, and eventually they put the concession on the bid for locals to bid for it. When I saw the bid document and how it was structured, I struggled to see how anybody could compete engineers and planners. Because, for example, if you are saying that a local company must be able to raise $500 million, I've been in this space for a while, and I don't see any other local company that can realistically raise $500 million beyond CMP. So it made it difficult for any other person to actually compete in that space. But that's the parameters that they have actually set out to deliver. It's a big test, and we wait to see how engineers and planners lives up to the billing after that process. But I mean, that was the process that was set up by the government, and others had the opportunity to compete for it, and they have won it. So I don't know.
All right, Ben Boache, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
So that's Benjamin Boache, who is Executive Director of the African Center for Energy Policy, Kojo.
Yes, so sanitation levy away, 1 cedi Dumso levy away, fuel marking UPPF away, and then we'll see how far when it comes to the petrol prices. I'm really waiting for tomorrow's meeting at the cabinet meeting, emergency cabinet meeting, for us to see what the way forward is when it comes to fuel prices. Now, VIP has increased their pricing. Mm-hmm. They've increased their fares. They say they cannot keep running their old fares. With VIP showing the way, I have a feeling GPRTU in general may also make some announcements.
Well, they say they're waiting. They're waiting on government. So once government has the meeting tomorrow, then the Road Transport Coordinating Council would meet and decide on what to do. And that's where the issues begin, okay? Because look, for VIP, they don't need to go and consult anybody. I mean, they can just increase. And, STC, well, state-owned, so SNIT owning about 80% of it, they may probably hold on a little bit. But at some point in time, we have to be realistic. If fuel prices are being increased, and the truth is that a lot of our commercial vehicles, they are not electric vehicles. If they were electric vehicles, and you probably would say, okay, there's been a reduction in, how do I put it, electricity prices. So, okay, you can look at that and say, why not? You don't have to. But many of our vehicles are not electric vehicles. And even those that are electric vehicles, if there are increases, they would also pretend they are not electric vehicles and increase them. Unfortunately, that's what they would do. But that's why we have failed when it comes to public transport. And it's something that surprises me. Look, it is only in Ghana that we have answers to all our problems in books, but never implemented. Kojo, I mean, it saddens me. Look, if we were to go to the transport, if we go to a lot of our universities, we'll find works, okay, that would show these things. What saddens me, and the last time I was a panelist at a GRA program, what I said to them was that, look, you must begin to fund research. Don't just sit back and expect that people, you will solve all the problems. No, you must begin to fund research. So if there's a problem, go to universities, okay? Get people to conduct research, some of the problems that you're facing.
Mm-hmm.
They would find ways of solving those things. But because you have commissioned the research, you pay people, give them scholarship to go and do that. They do that, they bring you the document, and then you implement it.
So you must fund research and fund the implementation of research.
Look, I took part in a research that was conducted by one of my lecturers when I was studying journalism. He had been commissioned by the BBC to do a research for them. That is what they do. Why do we think that getting solutions to problems would come from the skies? They wouldn't. You must help people. You see, fund it. And once they bring it, you must be prepared to implement it.
Yeah.
That's how you look. I called one of my friends to who did his project work. He went to KNUST. He did his project work. He read Agric, and as part of his project work, he looked at pig feed. Okay. Because I was trying to find out how to solve my feed challenges. I'd met you and one of the guys who showed me something that worked for him but didn't work for me.
Yeah.
Okay. So I met this guy and he said, oh, okay, this is what I do. He showed me what he does or what he did. I implemented it and it worked for me. That's his intellectual property. I was fortunate to have been given that for free. But if I didn't get that, I probably would have gone to the university to go and ask people to do that for me and pay them. Why do we think that things must be free all the time? So the transport minister, I'm sure there's a lot of project works on how to do with these things. He should go and get it. Anyway. Well, let's hear from you also. Tell us what your thoughts are. Join us on X. Use the hashtag JoySMS. And then on WhatsApp, 055-1111-997. 055-1111-997. Now, this is a long message that says, Kojo says, I have packed to ask these questions. What is the use of going to school in this country? Is it to pass exams or to receive education to transform this country? I don't want to speak about the northern part of this country. How many of the ministers who come from there live there? Some regions are only important when it comes to an election season. You and I know which ones. We're complaining about water while we're looking up to some elves in the skies to stop the Ghanaians who are destroying our river bodies for gold. I heard you say that JHS2 students are writing the BECE. Says Kofi, if my son can write and score while he's in JHS1, should he be prevented? Last year, I read about this Dutch kid who was starting university at the age of 9 or so. He wrote all entrance exams and passed. I am sorry, but we have become incredibly a watch society. It had so from the 2nd to the 30th, from the 2nd of January to the 30th of December every year. All we do is listing our problems. On 31st December and 1st January, we celebrate our mediocrity with church and secular entertainments. Government is going to drill boreholes for 100,000. Winston, how much does it cost us to drill, mechanize, put storage tanks and other things to get water from our boreholes? It doesn't even cost us 30,000. I feel depressed every time I turn on my radio. I listen to music more these days. If indeed we are ready to change the prosperity of this country, we would have done it long ago. Unfortunately, we are not willing to do it from the top to the bottom. Kojo, wakama sema mwana.
Charlie, the matter it chow. The matter is chow for this country. The matter is chow. 100,000 cities for borehole, eh?
Well, that's a possibility.
Oh, Charlie.
But let me wish my friend Edwin Ametame. Today is his birthday. So, Edwin Ametame, happy birthday to you. Enjoy your day. I pray for God's blessings and protection for you and your family. Okay? This is the Super Morning Show. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages.
Easter is here and Electroland says come and shop. This Easter, make it special. Electroland is bringing you unbeatable offers, unbelievable discounts and exciting free gifts. Feel the rhythm with Samsung, TCL and Media Home Theaters. Enjoy your favorite Easter movies on LED smart TVs. You can stay cool all day with our powerful air conditioners. Want a bedside fridge for your chilled drinks? We've got you. Prepare your Easter meals on a 4 to 6 burner gas cooker with grill and oven. And make laundry easy with top or front load washing machines. Visit our showrooms or go to www.electrolandg8.com. Call 050-315-9739. Electroland, home of luxury affordable electronics.
Every mosquito study run away. Oh, come on, tum preko. Saso, mi se come tum preko. Oh, come on, tum preko. Saso, kum tum preko. Na ni sham ne die e demonstronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set.
I wanna see y'all who wanna play with me. Wave your hands for some land and be family. Say hot damn, we want a jamboree. It's for my peeps here. I stand for you cause you stand for me. Come on, I know I jam. Well, oh damn, I know I jam. Oh, Bori, I know I jam. Well, oh damn, why don't you jamboree for me? Yes, indeed. Kojo came on in, 8 limbs and Timbs. Broke brims, smoke stems, 2 dogs with bent rims. For the real and the raw and all who duck from the law. I never kill for the thrill, but I cut for the call. Smoking with a hooter, get better prices from looters. Shake my shell with the shooters, lead a Luger with Duja. Some say modeling and acting, maybe treacherous selling. While I'm yelling for some felon with my the melon. Booyah! Hella heated, too ill for them to beat it. Most cheated, most needed. You best believe it. This ticker takes jam for me, stand for me. You damn to be without the jamboree. Come on, I know I jam. Well, oh damn, I know I jam. Oh, Bori, I know I jam. Well, oh damn, why don't you jamboree for me? Yes, indeed.
We put it down since the days of high school. And everywhere we mark, we rule. Naughty's about to raise our stock. And we didn't come to brag about what we got. We came to rock. We blew the spot, taking the streets to pop. You beat the style for a while and coke rolled out chop. Using the last few years as my evidence. Trying to duplicate the mixture ever since. You live and foul, you're reprimanded. Challenge me, guaranteed when we finish, I'll be the last man standing. Jared Naughty's forever in demand with K-drop tracks, all the party people jam.
I wanna see y'all who wanna play with me. Wave your hands across the land and we family. Say hot damn, we want a jamboree. jam, I know I jam, jam. Bori, I know I jam, jam. Well, all damn, why don't you jamboree for me? Yes, indeed. I ask the thugs who have mercy in these days that's dirty. I'm still sturdy and flirty to my derby for Jersey. The funk is past booted, lights, camera, shoot it. I just did it to do it, squad suited and booted. Here's the graphic, just tatted and added. Or these are automatic from back traffic to addicts. Crush the cabbage, straight from the savage to lavish. We rip those who rat it, that's why you click at it. Go catch the. For me it's Lucci then Hoochies, cause we'll drop a doozy, leave your whole label woozy and dizzy. Because your whole city miss me, then whip out they. And from their kitties throw me fitties and bundles of hundreds. Then make every hater run it, drunk him. Now go to hottest, gun it. Can't scratch ya, cut ya. No matter what you make them wanna come and touch ya. The Punani Russia like Usher. I know I jam, jam. Well, oh damn, I know I jam, jam. Bori, I know I jam, jam. Well, oh damn, why don't you jamboree for me? Yes, indeed. I know I jam, jam.
So live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And very soon, I started a conversation with Achu Tamaklo on the Black Stars. We'll get into it because you people have been contributing when it comes to who coaches the Black Stars. I always had plans of going to watch the World Cup. Charlie, Black Stars,
when you scan up as Akoto, we go America.
Oh, that be. You see, you must do some. Kojo, I must watch the World Cup in my lifetime.
Anyway, it's a good experience.
You don't know when God will call you.
It's a good experience.
Chop life.
If you can afford it, go ahead.
You don't know. See, today is my. Today would have been my father's birthday. Today, but he's not here with us. You see.
Yeah.
So we don't know what will happen tomorrow. So let us, make hay. Now, you understand?
Hey, teacher coffee.
Yeah. But if the unexpected were to happen today, would you feel prepared? Would you be able to stay afloat while you find your next opportunity? This 2026, ABSA wants you to feel more confident about the future, and that's why the ABSA Ultimate account was created to be the cushion you can count on. With an ABSA Ultimate account, you get 3 times your monthly salary up to 20,000 in the event of retrenchment to help you stay afloat. Move with confidence this 2026. Open an ABSA Ultimate account today. Your story matters, ABSA.
And the big Easter sales is happening now at Compu Ghana, and it's bigger and better. If you shop for 1,000 Ghana cedis and above, you instantly enter the Easter reward raffle to win amazing prizes like a 98-inch smart TV, laptops, mobile phones, and other prizes. You enjoy massive savings on TV, smartphones, laptops, and home appliances across all Compu Ghana branches nationwide. And you can also buy any of the top brands like Samsung, LG, TCL, HP, Lenovo, Tecno, Infinix, Itel, Huawei, and enjoy up to 40% off. So visit any Compu Ghana showroom today or shop online at CompuGhana.com. This promo is on till the 12th of April 2026. Experience this Easter season with Compu Ghana, the Compu Ghana way. Call 0302 75 2020 or WhatsApp 0243 143 143 for inquiries. This promo is in partnership with the NLA under the Caritas platform.
So the China Europe International Business School (CEIBS) offers world-class executive education for ambitious leaders and entrepreneurs. Look, it's global EMBA in Shanghai, taught across 12 countries with unmatched global exposure, ranks number 2 globally by Financial Times, and remained in the top 2 for 8 consecutive years. The full-time MBA, also in Shanghai, shapes future-ready professionals and is ranked number 1 in Asia for 10 consecutive years and number 8 globally. In Ghana, the Advanced Management Program equips senior executives with strategic leadership capabilities, while the Owner-Director Program empowers family business leaders as directors to scale sustainably. The Women Entrepreneurship and Leadership for Africa WELA program, run across Ghana and Nigeria, supports female leaders and aspiring entrepreneurs to build strong structures and systems for business growth and scale. Join CEIBS to gain global insight, practical skills, and a powerful alumni network to accelerate your impact. For registration and inquiries, call 0544315238 or visit ceibs.edu/Africa.
And let me tell you about where to go for some exciting sales is the Junction Mall. They are bringing you exciting sidewalk sales and exclusive discounts from your favorite stores, all in one convenient location. Whether you are shopping for fashion, electronics, home essentials, groceries, or beauty products, Junction Heydays gives you more value every time you visit. And while you are there, make it a full lifestyle experience. You enjoy dining options, you relax with friends and family, and soak in the vibrant atmosphere that makes the Junction Mall a top shopping destination in Accra. With easy access, ample parking, and great security, your shopping experience is always comfortable and convenient at the Junction Mall. So don't miss Junction Heydays, the month-long discount sidewalk sales happening now at the Junction Mall, Nongwa Barrier. Junction Mall, join, explore, shop, enjoy.
Okay, so once you hear this, Black Stars go. I just saw a message that says, "Ali, we can't beat England, we can't beat Croatia. Panama, yes. So what are we really going to do? Achu, and we still don't have a coach. What's happening?"
Things were not as positive for our first World Cup. Czech Republic, I think, were number 2 ranked in the world at the time. Italy were 3-time World Cup winners before. Ghana was the least ranked team going into that tournament, and we still turned up and beat Czech Republic. We still turned up and beat the United States of America, who I think were 15th at the time in the world. So, yeah, the team is not looking great, but pre-tournament rankings are not always a good place to start from when you're looking into the crystal ball to see what this team could do in a few months. But I understand the pessimism. Just that let's not be too dismissive of the Black Stars yet.
So what's happening with our search for a new coach?
So tomorrow the Executive Council will meet, and at that meeting it is expected that they will settle on what the shortlist is, possibly on the final figure who they think should be the next Black Stars coach. But even before that, I'm sure you may have heard some of the names that made rounds last night. But what is clear is that it appears the Ghana Football Association is going through the same pathway it's taken in the last 6 years in selecting the Black Stars coach, in the sense that they make it a very administrative decision in saying that, we're putting together a search committee, which is often dominated by football executives, so executive council members. Maybe they'll throw in one ex-player, they'll throw in maybe someone from Galka, some other members of the Ghana Football Association, some other football administrators, but essentially it's the football administrators who get to make that call. We'll come to that a bit on my views on that, because it's not something that excites me. But if one thing is clear, it appears we're heading towards a short-term arrangement purposely for the World Cup, and then after that the Ghana Football Association would look at maybe a long-term view. And so all of the names that you are seeing around, there's a certain consistency to them, which is they do not come with the complexities of being tied to a long-term contract that would require paying a compensation to their employer, and also paying a get out of contracts fee to those coaches, because then you have to give them another incentive to take your project on, because they are currently engaged, they are committed to that. So if they are going to take that risk, you need to put some hard cash on the table. So it looks like that is what the GFA wants to avoid at this point, and that's why you're seeing all of the names, if they are to be believed, names that at this moment are not engaged anywhere, and are names that you perhaps will be negotiating from a position of strength, because as much as the Black Stars have not won a game since qualifying for the World Cup has a unique allure, and it still makes the Black Stars very attractive never mind the manner in which Otuado was sacked or the timing of this vacancy that has been created. So coaches will be lining up, especially if you invite applications or even if you decide to headhunt. There are those who will communicate to you or will put out feelers to see if you would want to look in their direction. They are coaches who may not necessarily write a letter to you to apply, but through third parties may communicate their interest.
We say we don't like comebacks, but I'm just curious. As for Milovan Rajvac, we saw his second coming, it didn't work. Where is Ratume Dukovic? Is he still alive?
I have no idea where he is right now, but he is alive, yeah.
Oh, okay. Akoto Appiah is still with Sudan, right?
Yes, I think he returned to the country somewhere late last week. He was in Saudi Arabia with the Olympic team of Sudan for a tournament there. You know, his responsibilities cut across the national team to the Olympic team there, as is the norm with a lot of countries on the continent. So he was in Saudi Arabia on an assignment like that.
You guys have been talking about this South African guy. What's his name again?
Pitso Musmani. Yeah.
What's he up to?
He's been out of job, I think, since October or November last year. But look, for me at this point, it's not so much about who gets the job as to who is making the call of what represents value in
why
this
is
section.
that important?
Because that is where the issues start from. You know, and I hope that we'll have time to talk about what other factors could affect whoever the coach is. But at this point, you have to look back to the appointing authority and how we have selected the Black Stars coaches in the last, at least under this Keto Kreko administration. He's been running Ghana football for 6 years. In that time, the first coaching appointments he made was CK Akono when he decided against renewing the contract of Kwesi Appiah after AFCON 2019. He won the elections, I think, in August, and then he decided that, you know what, he was not going to renew Kwesi Appiah, who had finished run of 16. At that point, it was Ghana's worst AFCON performance in 13 years. So you could understand that. Also, Kwesi Appiah had failed to qualify for the World Cup after overseeing the entire campaign. So you could understand his inertia towards extending Kwesi Appiah's contract. But essentially, his first coaching appointment was CK Akono. Then CK Akono failed. Then Milovan Rajvac came, went to the AFCON and did worse than CK. Then Otuado came, 1.0, took us to the World Cup. Then Chris Hughton came, then Otuado 2.0. The constant feature in all of these is that those appointments were made by so-called search committees and the so-called executive council.
Has that always been the case?
Under this, yes.
In the past?
In fact, in the past, it has also always been the case that the executive council, the GFA, will find their own coach. I don't like that because while those individuals in their own rights are successful football administrators, even in their private lives, look, the vice president of the GFA is Makado. He's a man I admire so much. If you see the watches, the guy they wear, top guy. And in his private life, very successful guy. Yeah. But you see, in terms of what makes a good tactical, technical fit, what is a good cultural fit, it is not a determination that your average football administrator can make. At least certainly in our case, 6 years and 5 coaching appointments is enough basis to look at that body of work and make judgments. Makado has been in charge of, I think, 2 or is it 3 of the last search committees. Randy Abbey has been there. You've had former management committee chairs. You've had former vice president of the Ghana Football Association leading. So in terms of people with clout, in terms of people with experience, the search committees have always reflected that. But the outcomes should tell us a pattern. That this practice, the best winning percentage or the best performing coach from this practice had 40% win rate. And that was CK Akono. And so I would rather you move from there to a point where you empower your technical directorate. You say you have a technical director, there are technical advisors at the FA. Their job is purely technical. They would look at your football. They would look at the profile of talents coming through the conveyor belts, the skill sets that you have. They would look at the players that you have at the moment and then make a determination of whose coaches' methods and principles marry with what you have now and can fit technically. Even then, there is a small matter of what will be a cultural fit. You get me? So that is, coaching appointments are purely technical decisions. So I would rather have a situation where your technical directorate, maybe your technical advisor, makes that decision, form together a technical study group that makes that decision. Of course, the composition can include someone from the sports ministry, because it's governments that pays ultimately, to see whether or not the choice that the technical people are making will sit within the budgets that the government is willing to work with. Of course, it can also and should include someone from the Ghana Football Association, but largely it should be dominated by people from the technical directorate. I will trust their judgments more than this flawed system that we are prepared to push out again. And it's the same group of people who are likely to meet tomorrow and make the determination of what the shortlist and potentially even settle on the final name. So look, you cannot keep going by the same routes, doing the same things that are yielding disastrous results, and expect that the outcomes will change. And the results from this are there for all of us to see. It delivered our West AFCON showing in 13 years, and then after that it delivered our West AFCON showing in 15-16 years. In fact, across 3 AFCONs, we have not won a game since 2021. The last one we could not even qualify. And all of these are products of that system. If you want the last time Ghana won a competitive match in a major tournament, you have to go as far back as 2022 at the World Cup when we beat South Korea. I was in the stadium for that one. So clearly, this system of hiring coaches through the executives
is not working.
It's not working, and it is not me saying it. The results are there. It's about time we change that and let a different group of people.
That means that the FA2 is not performing.
Parliamentary Select Committee.
Oh no!
It means that.
But if the football administrators cannot tell what a good coach is,
so it means that. Why is it that our technical director, who developed our football DNA, is not leading this thing?
Oh, Bernard Lopez left. Now these days you have. He has this role at FIFA. Oh, I've forgotten
the man who developed our football.
Yeah, but he's not here. These days you have Winfred Schaefer.
Oh, Winfred Schaefer.
Yeah.
Okay. That's an old horse.
That's an old horse. Cameroon.
Yeah.
He is the man working as a technical advisor to the Ghana Football Association.
But he can coach. Why don't we let him coach the Black Stars?
Don't know. I think he's long past his sell-by date as far as active coaching and management is concerned. But look, there are, even beyond the coach, getting a good coach will not necessarily guarantee you a return to the glory days, because while they are in charge of this group, they will only work with what your system is producing. Right. They will only work with what your system.
And now that you raised that point, actually, let's just look at that briefly. Let me say good morning to Selassie Akabutu, aka Shiloza.
Yeah. Charlie, the nicknames your friends have.
Shiloza has been asking me about my views of Kwesi Appiah coming back. I've told him that. As for Kwesi Appiah, no. I'm not a fan of. Personally, I'm not a fan of Kwesi Appiah. But
why
I think,
not?
I don't know. I'm not. But I think he's a better coach than Otuado.
Oh, of course.
But I'm not.
By some distance.
Otuado
was not a coach until we made him a coach. He hadn't coached anywhere. See, the Otuado appointment, a friend of mine jokingly said, and this was in jest, that guy no your GFA for Nedro. Yeah, because he just does not understand how someone whose biggest coaching gig was the head coach of the Hamburg Under-15 had served in different assistant roles at Dortmund, But essentially, the only place where you could say that he was head coach was the Hamburg under-15, and that was many years ago. And we decided that he was the guy to lead our Black Stars, the apex coaching job of the country.
Interesting. So, I mean, but do we have the players? Do we have the quality?
We do have quality. Let nobody... When Manchester City wanted to rescue their season, their title ambitions, who did they turn to?
Semenyo.
Yeah. Yeah. And I always say that after Kudu's first season at West Ham, if he had better agents, he doesn't end up at Spurs. He probably gets a bigger club than where he ended up. But we've seen some of these players who ended up at Madrid and Barcelona, where they came from. Where did Adagule came from? Brahim Diaz. He was a castaway at Manchester City and Real Madrid picked him. So sometimes who represents you is also important. But look, I think fundamentally, one of the things that we need to understand is that beyond the current group, the real problem is what is coming through the conveyor belt, and the quality of what is coming through the conveyor belt, and the quality of the system that is the conveyor belt. At the moment, it is difficult to look at talents that emerge from Ghana, and say that there is a future out there for us. There isn't. There isn't any attempts. There's not enough education or refinements of the talents from this country. And so our best bet is that they leave Ghana early, go to Europe, get trained, and then somehow they decide to come and play for us. Look, this weekend, one of the players who followed a similar trajectory was Tofik Seidu. 18-year-old, made his La Liga debut for Atletico Madrid, and people were excited about him. But his situation is why even that path of having the rest of the world developing our players for us is also going to come at a cost, because when they leave early, the opportunities that they access there and the bonds they build endear them to those countries more than us. So for Tofik, for example, he left Ghana as a 9-year-old. In the last 9 years, he's been living in Spain with the Atletico Madrid youth team. He has played for the under-15, under-16, under-17 teams. He's made 18 appearances across the board through that ranks. He's now captained the Spanish under-17 team in different tournaments. You can clearly tell a pathway. So they've promoted him from under-15 to under-16 to under-17. He's become captain. The next step is for him to captain the under-21 or play for the under-21. Then you'd see him in the Olympic team. So for the Paris 2028 Olympic Games, you're probably going to see the Ghanaian captain the Spanish team. That kind of a kid, while when they leave here, we get excited that the exposure will help them develop, they cannot go through that pathway and still maintain Ghana as their first choice of country in terms of who to play for internationally. You get the point I'm making?
Yeah.
So that in itself is problematic. But because in the past, when, at least in our time, when the Black Stars have been competitive, it has been on the back of a very strong youth core that have got the same trajectory that Tofik Seidu has got. And that's why I use the Tofik Seidu example, because
that became the core of the Black Stars.
I use the Tofik Seidu example because the Black Stars teams that excelled post the 90s or in the 2000s up until now, where teams had that had the same group of players playing under 17 together, playing under 20 together.
Okay, so let's
then forming the Olympic team.
So let's look at the 2001.
Yes,
that had John Mensah.
Yes, Derek Boateng, Michael Essien,
John Pencil.
Yes,
it had Michael Essien,
Suleiman Tari. In fact, before they played at the under 17 and under 20 levels, Essien and Derek Boateng and his gang were in Cape Coast playing secondary school football together. Yeah. So from the age of around 13, 14, they played together until for the next 20 years. You get me?
But that's also because
some of them may have fallen.
Ben Kofi, for instance, was very categorical.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying that the projects like that are well thought through. Look, not everyone is going to succeed. Not everyone is going to become a global star. Stephen Edro took a different path. Bernardon Botesto, St. Augustine's, the same product, took a different path. But even then, he became a local hero. Both of them. But because there was a well thought through.
I blame Coach Afrani for Stephen Edro.
Well, because the a position Albert Arabio shares.
Yes,
by the way.
Nobody, but he says I will do Black Stars.
Yes.
He and Ishmaelado, he says I'm do Black Stars.
Yeah. But I'm saying that the Black Stars teams that have been successful in our time were teams that fed heavily on well thought through, deliberate and committed youth projects.
Let me just read this message from William in Gomoa. Says, Teacher Kofi, student Kojo, and Principal Achu. I have always maintained for the past 30 plus years that this football issue is simple. Reset the entire FA. They have no leadership. Get a good local coach with international pedigree. Otoado.
You won't find one.
Maintain a core Black Star team made up of 65% local players and 35% foreign players who would all justify the inclusion. Ensure our top 3 strikers are the top 3 goal scorers of our Ghana Premier League. Strengthen our local league and with enough financing and talent hunt from around the country. All other things we're doing will remain comedies.
Football left this idea 25-30 years ago. You see, our old heads, a lot of them seem to think that the best talents are in Ghana. Obwa. The best talents don't play here. At best, you have raw, uneducated talents that would leave Ghana at age 9, like Tofik Seidu, or before the age of 15. When you watch the Ghana Premier League, even the Ghana Premier League does not represent the best of our talents. The best Ghanaian talents leave Ghana and never play in the Ghana Premier League. Look through the current Black Stars. How many of them played in the Ghana Premier League? The closest to doing that was Thomas Partey. He was at Tema Youth. Tema Youth were not, the team he was playing for was not in the Ghana Premier League at the time he left.
We have a bad league.
Then maybe, yes. So yeah, but I'm saying that we should not be romanticizing this whole patriotism thing and thinking that, oh, our problem is because we are relying on the players we produce domestically are simply not good enough.
But in 2006,
mm-hmm.
we went with Sheila Alassane. And this...
but we currently have Benjamin Asare.
Yes.
There will always be outliers. The league is bad. That is not to say that you cannot find a hidden gem once a while. That is why I am always against outrightly bastardizing the league. You will always find that 1 or 2 players who can do a job in the national team. Even if not starts, they can offer competition that will push the performance levels of someone. And we've always had that. Even in 2006, you've just given examples of the players we had. In 2010, we went with Lee Addy. 2014, Lion Fatau Dauda was there. So there are always outliers like that. But that cannot be a representation of the true state of our football. For me, the issue is simple. Build your base and stop trying to use the national team to platform players that you want to sell. Let the national team be a representation
of a very important.
Yes, but that's where I was going. I'm saying that
people are using the national team.
That is how come when you watch
for players they want to sell.
This AFCON and the 17 AFCON that Ghana is going to is the first time in a decade that Ghana has played at the under 17 level. Is that acceptable?
No.
But we have players that should be good enough to play for our under 17 teams. But they don't get into our black starlets. They don't get into our black satellites. So let the system and the national team selections, the coaching appointments, even at that level, let it reflect the best of our talents. Eventually, the cream will rise to the top because you know what happens? These same Ernest Nuyama and co that you look past them and you don't invite them for the under 17 and under 20. When you come to by the age of 23, you will still go and call them into the Black Stars because by that time, because they had more talent and had more promise, all other things being equal, they will outdevelop the players who you platformed. Today, one of the players that we try to force into the Black Stars, Philemon Bafo, today he plays in the Portuguese 4th tier. 3-4 years ago, we were trying to force him into the Black Stars for AFCON tournaments and other competitions. So look, for me,
the problem is bigger than
no, it's not big. It is big because we are not committed to it. For me, it has been simple. The template that worked for us has not disappeared. Our successful Black Stars in the modern era have been built on the back of strong youth teams that excelled in various youth competitions and a certain commitment to those projects and not discarding them. You build that familiarity. You build that familiarity with the team culture. You build the chemistry itself among those players.
Eugene Odame says, good morning, Winston. What Ghana needs now is a coach who can study our opponent's game, map a system or formation that our players can fit into, and play well to outdo our opponents. The coach and his coaching staff should be able to read a game and change the formation in the course of the game, either by talking to the players or making substitutions that can change our game for positive results. We have good players all over the world. We need a coach who can utilize them effectively with a good game plan for every match. Can any of the shortlisted coaches do these things? Achu?
I will say this. No matter what our problems are, any good coach should be able to put together a strong Black Stars team. Things will affect you, but when it comes to the coaching aspects, so long as you get enough time to prepare your team, so long as the FA pays for you to go to the best places to go and train the team, so long as the players are available, if the coaching is good enough, our Black Stars should be performing way above the levels we have gotten. That's why I always say that when it comes to the Black Stars, it's important to segment the issues.
But some would also argue, actually, that if you have good players, because Milovan Rajvac,
yeah,
well, in 2010 he did well with us, but we had a great squad.
Yeah,
we had good players at the time. Charlie, if I look at the 2010 setup, oh boy, that was a great team. 2006, fantastic team.
Yeah.
So if you're a coach and they give you if I give you those players, you perform wonders.
No, I cannot, because I'm not a coach.
All the analysis you've been doing, if I give you those players, you can set them up in a way that they'll deliver.
No, not necessarily. Look, coaching is complex. I'm just going to say this. As I said, when it comes to Black Star, segments the issues. There is the development deficit, which is affecting the quality of players in the conveyor belt. There are the administrative issues. There is the appointment issue. There is the lack of infrastructure, because the other day I was asking a friend, when the Black Stars assemble in Ghana, do they have a decent facility where they can train? There's no one. There's no one. If Thomas Partey arrives in Ghana on holidays and he wants a competent facility, world-class facility to train, there is no one in Ghana that he can find. So those things are there. But it doesn't mean that if the coach is sitting on the bench, he should be making the wrong selection, or his in-game adjustments and the lack of it should be excused. Those things are purely technical things. You get the point I'm making. At any point in time, even when we have hit rock bottom, Ghana still boasts of some of the best forwards in world football, not only on the continent. Semenyo is having a world-class campaign.
Why is he not able to do same for us?
It's a purely coaching thing.
Oh, Otuado.
It's purely a coaching thing. There are aspects of what Semenyo does that he also has to accept blame. Some of the chances he makes are unpardonable. But when repeatedly the guy looks lost in the team, and it's not just him, it's Kudus, it's Fatawi Saku, it's Enes Nuyama, it's practically everybody in the team. And across the last 18 months, only Jordan Ayew was the consistent performer, and then Benjamin Asare when he came in. You have to look at the coaching.
There are those who say, for instance, as we begin to wrap up, that if Semenyo knew he was going to play for Man City, probably wouldn't have played for Ghana. Because then, at the time he accepted to play for Ghana, it was great to be at the World Cup. He didn't know how his footballing career was going to go. But if he knew...
Semenyo is the biggest what ifs. As far as nationality switches, are concerned, because I guarantee he's England's best player this year. In England, he's the best player this year. Of all the forwards in England, if there is anybody outperforming him, it will be someone who doesn't play in England. It will be Harry Kane. And he definitely would have gone to the World Cup as a starter with England had he not switched. Had he not made that nationality switch. So I'm sure sometimes, even though he loves Ghana, he would wonder what would have been his international career, especially because in the 4 years that he's played for Ghana, it's been a period to forget, because we don't win games. We're not even qualifying for the AFCON, and when we have qualified, we have not been able to beat Mozambique, Cape Verde.
Well, but the Executive Council of the Ghana Football Association, they meet tomorrow, right?
Yes.
They're meeting tomorrow.
Yeah.
So when are we likely to have a new coach for the Black Stars? Or we are not going to set up a committee to go and,
I suspect that is the committee. I don't think we're going to find another committee, or we're going to, if that was the plan, the FA would have communicated it by now.
So hopefully by end of day tomorrow, we'll have a fair idea.
Yeah, where we're headed.
Who becomes the next coach of the Black Stars?
Yeah.
Okay. This guy still has a job, right? Akwesi Appiah.
Yeah, he's in Sudan.
Okay, so
yeah.
he's not.
He's back in he's in Kumasi now, but he's working for Sudan.
Well, as for Sudan, if we want him to go and coach the World Cup, they will allow. But we don't want him there. We don't know, certainly not. Even though I think that he's improved from the period that he was coach of the Black Stars.
But look, to be fair to him, he's done magic for Sudan.
Yes, that's what I say. I believe that he's improved.
Exactly. But the needs of the Black Stars, I'm not even in favor of a short-term appointment. I'm not even in favor. Whoever you are going to settle on, let the person be the one to take the team to the World Cup and then to the AFCON. Because what's going to happen is that immediately after the World Cup, we zoom straight into the World Cup the AFCON qualifiers. That means another new face who doesn't know the team, and at the time he would be in charge of the team, would not have seen the players play in any competitive game, because he will be at the end of the season, right? At the beginning of the next season or at the end of the season. So bite the bullet, make a long-term appointment, and let the person go through the cycle of torpor with us, because I don't expect us to have a great World Cup. But just do better than what Utuado would have done.
Wait. You don't expect us to have a good World Cup?
A great World Cup.
We
can have a good World Cup, but a great one would be the quarterfinal realms.
We will not get there.
So that's why I'm saying I don't expect that. But some round of 16, the chaos. See, football doesn't always reward chaos.
Doesn't always. Sometimes it does.
It's few between far. Or far between. What's the right expression, Kura?
What are you trying to say?
It doesn't happen often. It doesn't always happen. So, I'm resigned to maybe a round of 16, getting out of the group stage.
Maybe a round of 32.
Yeah.
As for the group stage, it's likely we'll get out of.
Oh, we have to. But if
it will shock you that Panama self will beat us.
Oh, we have to beat Panama. But then why did we sack Otuado?
We sacked him because we felt
to prevent that happening. So the new coach who comes in,
if it happens,
that Panama beats us.
Hey, Black Stars. Charlie, let me go and find some fufu and eat this morning. As for the Ghana Black Stars, Charlie, I'm not prepared to.
We have no choice but to be positive.
I'm not prepared to spend money. I'm not prepared to spend my hard-earned money to go and watch Black Stars and go see some poor performance. No.
The thing about your national
the
thing about your national team is that, unlike the club side when you can go on a sabbatical, your heart stays inside past anything.
That's why I say Sadia I'm Ghana.
Oh, the World Cup experience that you for have some.
Okay, on that note, thank you very much, Victor Achu Tamaklo. Kojo to Boateng, our time is up. So
yes,
we'll be back tomorrow. My name is Winston Amoah.